like to call this meeting of June 5th, 2024 to order. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Director Applegate.
Here.
Director Kenworthy.
Here.
Director Parker.
Here.
Director Reed.
Here.
Dr. Varda.
I would like to thank our live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for joining us today. We're also live streaming our meeting. And now, would you please stand and join us this afternoon in the Pledge of Allegiance? Is there a motion to approve today's meeting agenda?
I motion to approve today's meeting agenda as presented in board docs.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? It has been moved and seconded to approve the agenda for today's meeting of June 5th, 2024 as presented. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Director Applegate.
Yes.
Director Kenworthy.
Yes.
Director Parker.
Yes.
Director Reed.
Yes.
Dr. Varda.
The agenda is approved. And before we start, I'd just like to note that we will be breaking for approximately 15 minutes after item 4.01, the fiscal year 25 budget development update. I'd like to acknowledge at the start of our meeting this afternoon that in addition to our items for study, the board will be voting on the ratification agreement reached last month with the Jefferson County Education Association. While the board typically takes action at its regular meetings, there are times when action is noticed to occur during a study session. We will vote tonight in a timely manner to honor the work completed by the district and association negotiation teams on May 17 and ratified by JCEA members on May 24. We acknowledge that our teachers are heading into the summer break and wanted to ensure an opportunity for association representatives to attend tonight to be present for the vote at approximately 3:45. And with that, let's turn to our first topic of study, property disposition update for Allendale and Zerger purchase and sale agreement review. The purpose, we have estimated 45 minutes for this. The purpose of this topic is for the board to receive an update on the proposed Allendale and Zerger purchase and sale agreements prior to our board vote at its June 13, 2024 regular meeting. As a reminder to the board and the listening public, on March 9, 2023, the Board of Education passed a resolution to surplus 2 district properties, the former sites of Allendale and Zerger elementary schools. Since passing the resolutions, several steps have been taken. First, Jeffco engaged JLL, Education Real Estate Broker, and CRL, Public Affairs Firm, to assist in the property disposition process. Second, Jeffco formed a property disposition advisory committee to inform the development of the disposition process and to guide and review proposals submitted for active surplus properties. And 3, an Allendale and Zerger specific ad hoc committee composed of local community members was formed to help inform and guide the property disposition process for each site. I also want to remind the listening public that by policy, proceeds from the sale of properties must fund district capital investments. Before I hand this off to Mr. Gatlin, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, President Parker. I would just like to thank our team who's here, as well as the firm JLL who's been helping us through this process. Thank you very much for being here tonight to help our board study this important topic. And in addition to just the board having an opportunity to study this, I believe one other piece that I would add will be helpful for us tonight is for the board to give us some direction as we head into next week's business meeting with the board. So I look forward to you all having a conversation about these 2 properties, 2 of the first in our disposition process. And so it'll be interesting for us to talk about this for our listening public. Just this is the first time we've done this. We're excited to learn through this process and improve it over time. And so looking forward to the conversation. And with that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Gatlin.
Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. Thank you, President Parker and fellow board members. I wanted to introduce first to my right, Greg Avedikian, who is our operations strategy and project manager. And really the presentation tonight is going to be not only landing at kind of where we are, where we landed with negotiations on the Allendale and Zerger purchase and sale agreement contracts that you'll see, but also a review of our process and how we got here. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brian Carroll with JLL, who is going to go through the presentation. And we are anticipating and hoping that at the end of that, we'll have a good conversation and be able to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for having me, and thanks for the introductions. What we like to do here is sort of build on information as we've presented it to you in the past. So a lot of what you'll see up front you've already seen, and you'll get some updates towards the back end for the new things that have transpired since we've last spoken. So we're going to talk 5 things today. One, the sites and the appraisal information that we're here today to discuss, to recap the process and the overview of the process that we've gone through thus far. Talk about the results of negotiation in the process that we've run through, considerations for your decision making, and then talk about next steps. So as a reminder, we're here talking today about 2 different school sites. One is Allendale, the other is Zerger. Just a little bit of information on Allendale here. You guys have already seen this a number of times. I would just like to point out some information on the appraisals, maybe something we have not discussed. The appraisal came in March of 2023 at $3.9 million and assumed a density of lots of about 6,000 square feet. What we got back after a conversation with the municipality and with and through the bidding processes is lots of about 7,500 square feet. Not a huge difference in terms of value on this one, that the development is less dense. There is, I think the offers are a little bit less than that 3.9, but sort of roundabout where we would expect to see it. It is more impactful on Zerger. And so I just want to make a note here that the appraisal considered a rezoning of the property. It considered a rezoning to what is called medium density housing, which is another word for that is multifamily, which would have resulted in 97 total units. And of note here is the proposal after the developer has had a conversation with the municipality that they're at 28 units. So that's part of why we're seeing a discrepancy between the appraised value that came in 2023 and the values that we're seeing now, is that there's been more information unlocked after conversations with the city and with the community about the density that is appropriate here. So I just want to make that note that as we get through and we see offers, there's a difference between the appraised value and the offers, and that is primarily what's driving it, that density. So recap of where we are in the process. I'll try to breeze through this because we've touched on it a number of times. It started with community outreach, public community outreach that was led by staff and CRL in both the Allendale and the Zerger communities. There was a pre-qualification process, so that was basically advertising the opportunity and then down selecting to a smaller group of folks who were capable and qualified and had an idea and had money to accomplish that idea, and all sorts of other criteria that we had set forth in that pre-qualification process. We down selected, we then did a call for offers where we got more specific information about their proposals. We got more specific information about their financial offer, their ability to complete this, and then a process by which they would go about completing these projects. There was an ad hoc committee that, again, as mentioned before, had members of the public, members of the neighborhood that were evaluating and opining on these offers and all of the decisions that had been made throughout the process. So the public has been engaged up front in a public forum about the process, and then on an ongoing basis as sort of reviewers and commentary about the proposals and the proposers that have come in so far. So JLL has made a recommendation to that ad hoc committee, who made a recommendation to executive staff, who has made a recommendation to the Board of Ed. And that is where we are today. We've negotiated the business terms to the best of our ability. We've made recommendations, and now we're here for that approval. We already touched a little bit on the ad hoc committees. Just again, of note, they've kind of weighed in on this. The kind of feedback that we got was relatively limited from those committees, in part because the offers were very similar. We were not talking about hugely different development plans. We were not talking about hugely different qualifications from the developers or particular neighborhood interests or anything like that. They were all home developers that bid. They were all, qualified. They all had slightly different plans, different densities, different valuations. But the feedback was, in alignment with JLL's recommendation, which is that Cardell was the most qualified, had done the most due diligence, had the best plan, and the best financial offer for the district. We're here because we're either done or effectively done with the purchase and sale agreements that has been reviewed by outside counsel. So there's a few last minute nits that are kind of going back and forth, but largely done with those purchase and sale agreements that have been reviewed by outside legal counsel. I don't know if it's been public yet, but this is, I think, the first indication that our selected bidder is Cardell Homes, longtime home developer in Colorado, very qualified. Went through our sort of a couple rounds of review and analysis, both at the pre-qualification stage. We felt like they were, I felt like they were the most qualified, and I think the group agreed. Went through the call for offer stage, again, asking for additional information on projects they've done and experience they have. I was comforted by, of all of the prospects that went through this process, they were the only group to reach out to the municipalities, sit down and have a conversation, which is something that we were hoping for. We were hoping for some folks who would take it upon themselves to do a little bit more due diligence, and they were the only group to do that, and we felt comforted by that. So we're very pleased to have Cardell at the table. There's a lot of business terms that were negotiated through the LOI and the purchase and sale agreement contracts that were negotiated. I'm not going to talk about all of them. I'll just talk about a couple. Less impactful on Allendale than it is on Zerger, but we did up we changed the structure from a minimum, from a purchase price essentially to a per lot purchase price. In the purchase and sale agreement, the way this is structured is they will pay us a certain amount of money. They will pay you a certain amount of money per lot. With a minimum. So the purchase and sale agreement says that if they for some reason go below that for any reason, you guys have the ability to say, look, you're below that. The answer is no. Another thing I'll bring up is the asbestos issue. We've talked a lot about this. We were able to secure a couple of very favorable terms, in my opinion, on this asbestos abatement issue. One is a splitting of the cost of the abatement. I was very pleased to have that come back positively. The other is that it cannot be more than 15% of the purchase price. If it's more than 15% of the purchase price, both parties have the ability to say, no, we're not going to do this. It's a lot more impactful on Zerger. Both of those really are, because the purchase price just in pure net terms is lower. But it does give us the flexibility. You've effectively offloaded 50% of the cost of abating the asbestos in these buildings, which is fantastic. And we're also putting a limit on how much that remediation can cost. Zerger, we were able to go up quite a bit on a per lot basis in terms of pure value. We also, again, we transitioned this to a purchase price that is based on the ultimate density. This density, for context, is at the lowest end of the expected density range. So the expected density range is 3.5 to 5. The 28 lots is exactly 3.5 units per acre. And so we got, you will see the benefit of any additional density as they run through that process. So everybody's mutually incentivized to get additional density. You guys are through added dollars to the purchase price, and they are through their ability to have a larger project. And then the same, the purchase and sale agreement, with the exception of the purchase price themselves, are very, I think, identical, if not very, very similar. So the same asbestos terms were achieved on both sites. Kind of talked a little bit about most of these things here, but again, we were able to go transition this to a per lot negotiation, got more per lot on both sites, and really the final value will be determined when they finalize the density and the site plan and some of those things through the entitlement process. So for consideration here, we're you basically have 3 options as we see it. One is to accept the proposed terms as we're bringing it to you, understanding that they are guardrails. If the density or if the the per lot, not the per lot, excuse me, the density or the overall value dips below the thresholds that we've put in front of you, you don't have to close. If it's above that, they're marching through an entitlement process, and you would close on the transactions at that time. Option 2, individually per school, you could reject either one or both of these offers. And then option 3, which I would encourage, if you're thinking about 2, I would encourage you to think about option 3 as well, which is if these offers do not meet your expectations, to put out a number that does, and allow either Cardell Homes or us and staff to put it out there and see if that's something that can be met. If you have a number in mind that you say, look, this number isn't good enough, but I think we'd consider it at this number. Allow Cardell Homes to see if they can meet it. If they can, they'll run through an entitlement process and try to get to that number. If they can't, they'll say, hey, look, it's too rich for us. It doesn't make sense with the economics of this. We're going to pass and either focus on one of the properties or neither. So those are sort of an outline of options as we see it. A couple of considerations. I've said this before, real estate has no value. It's what you can do with that real estate that has value. We would not expect that there is a substantial change in the density or the entitlements from what's being proposed. There is no expectation that another developer is going to come in that isn't Cardell and achieve better entitlements to drive more value. We believe that they are the most qualified. They have the incentive to go get that density that's going to drive value. And so our expectation is that they are going to do at least as well as anybody else. So if your decision is, this isn't good enough, and you want to either try it again, I think my advice would be, I don't expect anybody else to be able to do better. And then lastly, there is the kind of time value of money consideration, which is these are an ongoing operating expense, and it's dollars in the door today versus dollars in the door, 2, 3, 4 years from now at whatever point you decide to take it back out. So with that, where we are currently is we've got 99% of the purchase and sale agreements finalized and ready for execution. The developer will go through a due diligence and entitlement process that would seek government approvals. Once they get that, I think they have 30 days to close after government approvals. So they would close on the properties, assuming they are within your guardrails that you have approved through this process. Time for questions.
Thank you. Board members, any questions?
First of all, thank you. I know there's a lot of work that went into this, and these are no easy discussions. And I appreciate the context, especially at the end, right? I just had a few questions. So help me understand the difference. I know at Zerger, the current offer is the $45,000 per lot, and at Allendale, it's $62,000. Is that what we got to? Why the difference in the lot prices?
A couple differences. One is site size. The larger the site size, the more you're going to be able to get per lot. So Allendale's a little bit bigger. The other is the municipality and the conversations that have been had around entitlements. There is an expectation that City of Westminster is going to have some more stringent requirements around what's being invested there.
Costs for the developer.
Yeah, so I think there's maybe some offsite water investment. I think there's a park that's maybe going to eat into that 8 acres. All of those things are initial conversations, so none of them have been set, which is one of the reasons we like to tie the final purchase price to the amount of lots that can be developed, and is because hopefully those things improve through the entitlement process. That's what the developer is attempting to do.
Okay. Thank you. When we've had these community discussions that I know we have, how has the community reacted to these locations being developed?
You know, our communities initially are very anxious about what's potentially coming to their neighborhood, and really engaging the reaction from. We really didn't know what was coming until we formed the ad hoc committees to guide the process, and I feel like there was a bit of a sense of relief from our ad hoc committees when they saw it was single-family homes that were being proposed. And that was part of the feedback that we heard around when we did ask for feedback. You know, again, like Brian mentioned, the proposals that we received were similar in nature. So we were comparing a single-family home offer to another single-family home offer. But the reaction to that, I think, was a bit of relief. And as we kept going through the process, it felt like there was an understanding of this is a potentially good outcome for what's coming into our neighborhood. But really we're gauging that community feedback through the ad hoc representation of the process. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I guess my last is more of a thought. I know we're having discussion now, so I'm going to throw the thought out for my other fellow board members. I guess one of my, and maybe this is actually a question for you all first. We have many properties that we will be considering. There is a part of me having no expertise in real estate whatsoever, so feel free to completely disagree with this. If we release a property for what feels like less than it's worth, and I certainly understand why we are where we are with Zerger, are we hurting ourselves for future sales? Or are people going to be like, oh, snap, $1 million, that's what we're going for? You know what I mean? I don't want to, it's not necessarily Zerger specific I'm concerned about, but are we setting ourselves up maybe for the remainder of the process? Looking in the crystal ball. I know that's a hard question.
Yeah, no, it is a hard question, in part because, answering it is sort of reading the mind of the potential bidders in the future. What I always say is that competition drives value. And so what we don't want to do is turn off potential bidders because, they believe that they will. I mean, these bids are expensive. Good bids are expensive. There's a real cost to them. I mean, they hire, graphic designers, and there's architects, and, particularly when you get to the kind of redevelopment proposals that we're hoping to see throughout this process, which is, community members coming in and doing something for themselves that they think adds to the community. We don't want to see a raising of the threshold for what it takes to bid. We want to see as many bids as we can. We want to see community members who believe that, my bid is worth something, because that competition drives value. Not only in seeing more folks like Cardell come in and do something that the neighborhood is okay with, but folks from the neighborhood coming in and saying, well, we've only got $1 million to be able to put to this thing, but it's a community center and it's going to be great for everybody. And, we hope that they'll accept it. So I'm always cautious against doing things that sort of stifle that broad interest, as I think is evidenced by how much of a value increase we got from the call for offer stage to the purchase and sale agreement at Zerger. I don't know what the percentage was, but I think it was like 30% increase in the purchase price just simply through negotiations. Like, if you can get them in and excited about the project and starting down this road, we can drive value if there are bidders. But if we have this sort of high barrier to entry and we get one or two bidders, you lose leverage very quickly. Just, as I guess a counterpoint to that.
That's incredibly helpful. Thank you. Last question. This is just a clarifier. We've seen a lot of these, and I just want to make sure this is not, neither of these are properties where we share the green area with a municipality, correct? We own the.
That's correct.
Thank you. That's it.
So first, I'm going to say thank you, Director Applegate for asking about what the community feedback specifically was and how they felt about this being the use for it, because that was one of my questions. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add one more thing that I think is a consideration, not something that should drive the decision, but something that should contribute to the decision. We talked about the fact that there are operating costs to not selling. And I think the other thing that we have to consider is that communities do not want empty schools in the middle of their neighborhood. And so there's also a certain amount of keeping goodwill with our neighbors and not having them stuck with an empty building that we have refused to sell. Obviously, if we were getting an offer that we just didn't feel was a fair offer, I would say, well, then it stays empty for a little while longer until we find the right buyer. But if it's a fair offer, I think that's something else that we should be considering.
Just a quick follow-up comment to that. I grew up in a community where there was an abandoned school and I was there for a long time. And I wouldn't want to do that to any of the communities here that we're serving in Jeffco. So thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that.
Okay, I have just a couple of questions. Did the ad hoc committees, did they discuss anything beyond comparisons of bids? And what I mean by that, did they offer any expertise or opinions on how big the bid was, or what they, anything beyond just a comparison of two bids?
The engagement of the ad hoc committees in this process, I think mirrored a bit of our reactions to what we're looking at as well, where the Allendale one sat a little bit better than the Zerger offer, and there were a lot of questions and a lot of desire from the ad hoc to understand the why behind that. And we've certainly appreciated Brian and his expertise around explaining these types of conversations with our ad hoc committee around here's the why behind this, here's why we're seeing this. And then it was a matter of, well, what do you think? What's your reaction to that? And it transitioned from maybe a little bit of initial uncertainty, misunderstanding around the discrepancy, to understanding and support of the proposal that's being recommended today. But it was very much this kind of a dynamic with the ad hoc committee, explaining where we are, getting their feedback, making sure that they had a voice in this. And that's really how the engagement looked from the ad hoc. I don't know, does that answer your question, President Parker? Okay.
I'll add two things to that, actually. One, there was an architect on, I think it was Zerger, who weighed in a little bit on like the density and the land plans and some of those sorts of things. So there was some technical advice, basically, this one is better than this one for this reason, and some of that sort of thing. And then the other one, and I think this was echoed, this was said before, we got some of the reactions were these proposals are much better than a vacant school site. We heard that on both sides.
These are much better than what?
Than a vacant school site.
Right, thanks. And then I will admit that when I saw the Zerger offer, even the revised offer that you mentioned was significantly higher. My feeling was, oh no, I don't want to sell any of our properties that low. That was my initial feeling, but then there's also the considerations of the cost to maintain the buildings for however long, and the community feelings about leaving the properties there. What if, I know we have the two properties that we're talking about for next week. What if we weren't ready? We didn't have a majority of the board that said, yes, let's accept them. And we wanted a little more time, just like, really, can we get a better offer on Zerger? If we were to do something like that, what do you think Cardell how they would feel if we didn't vote next week on either of these properties?
On either of them, or just on Zerger?
Well, any one of them, or Zerger, just Zerger, whatever.
The valuations that they have that we have negotiated are time and place. And so I think there's, typically when you negotiate these, these offers are good for a certain period of time. We're past that. My guess is that they would say, okay, you have some relatively short period of time. There are an enormous amount of levers that weigh on what they can pay for land. Home prices, you guys know, move on a weekly basis. Interest rates, construction costs. They've got 30 variables that they consider, and they've got a model that relatively frequently updates. At a certain point, their offers will no longer be valid on potentially either direction, meaning you might be getting less than you should, or you might be getting too much and they're going to pull out. So they're going to set a shot clock to it, is my guess. And they're likely to walk away after sort of another, relatively brief period of time.
Yeah. So I guess my question really is, what's the relatively brief part of it? And so I can ask, you gentlemen too, if you had any feelings from your perspective.
As far as how much time could we allow for further discussion, further consideration?
And I'm thinking on too, what does the community think about Zerker? Have they already said, hey, what are you going to do? Let's really get going. Would the community be upset? Or, how much is it costing us to keep it open? And I know we wouldn't do it for a whole year, but just any other things we have to consider if we were to say we're not ready yet.
Yeah, I think a couple things. When we are talking about ongoing and operating costs, we're looking in the range of between $100,000 to $150,000 roughly per site for ongoing operation, utilities, site maintenance, because we have committed to making sure that the sites are maintained, securing the sites, insuring the sites, all of those components. So I think that's one consideration, that the longer we wait, and if that's the decision that's made, then we're committed to those ongoing costs. I think the real question is around the viability of the offer, and I think that's where Brian's lens is really important to know. If we wait too long, the offer could come off the table, and then I think that we'd have to figure out what our next steps are. I'm not sure what those are right now. I know Brian has expressed concern of running through a full process again with the same site and what the interest might look like. That could be an option, but that might come with significant risk. So I think that would be a consideration as well.
And so just so I'm clear, these are the first two that we're going to be voting on what to do with. We have a really nice process. I appreciate all the work that's done in that regard. I appreciate the ad hoc committee's work. And so what we will see next week would be from, first of all, the recommendations of our realtor expert, and then the district would be presenting to the board their recommendation.
Right now, the plan, since we're studying it today, would be to bring the final purchase and sale agreements to the board. The initial plan was to bring them in consent as two separate items that initially that would, based on feedback of the board, this conversation could guide the recommended action for those items next week.
Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to get at is that it would be that on our consent agenda, the proposal will be the recommendation of the district for the board to vote on.
Yes.
It's a good way of
Yes. Yes. I think pending board's direction today, we would be bringing one purchase of sale agreement for you to approve. And by the way, once the board approves a purchase of sale agreement, there's like a whole nother year, I'm just going to say generally speaking, of work that then the builder goes through with the city, which is another point in the process where the community has an opportunity to voice whether or not they're happy with the proposal of the development. And honestly, some of the reaction and response to the community once the purchase of sale agreement is signed by the board or approved by the board is really up to the city and some of their expectations, requirements, flexibilities, whatever they want to provide at that time. So if the board were to say to us, we're comfortable with this proposal on Allendale, and so we need direction from the board. And if you look at slide 11, the board could say on Allendale, we want you to work up materials for option 1 to accept the proposed terms as outlined on the slides up above for Allendale. Or you could say, we want you to work up materials for option 1 on both properties. Or option 1 for Allendale and option 2 for Zerger, we're just not ready. We don't feel good about this at all. Or option 1 for one of the schools, and option 3 could be, and I know we've had conversations around Zerger feeling like an awfully low offer. I actually want to thank Brian and the JLL team for seeing some increase from the original offer. I appreciate the effort that went into that negotiation process among some of the other terms. But you could also say we like option 3, but the 1.2 is still just seems a little low. And I'd feel better, and this is not just like but the board would feel better. That's why I think it'd be good for you to have a little bit of discussion with each other. Would feel better at 1.8. I'm throwing something out there. I mean, I think it's okay for the board to have conversations. One of the things that I've talked to each of you about, and I just will share also with Brian, and I think Jeff has shared this with our JLL team as well. We are in such the beginning of this process with many more to come. And on one hand, I think as Brian has nicely shared, you want to look like somebody that people in our community, whether that's a nonprofit that wants to use the building, a city, a partner that wants to use the building, or a developer that wants to buy the building for the land, you want to be seen as an owner that's willing to let go of the properties that we actually own. Because people put a lot of time, energy, and effort into creating these proposals, as was shared. Thank you. On the other side of it, it's so early in the process that I think we're all just sort of like, if we'd had 10 properties that we've gone through, and half of them came in at between 3 and 5, and half of them came in between 1 and 2, I think we'd be having a very different conversation. So I want to acknowledge that it's really early in the process. I also want to acknowledge that they did go up a little bit in an initial effort to negotiate. If the board wants us to bring one contract next week and then direct Brian and our team to continue to negotiate on a different property, that would be option 3. I do think it would be helpful for Brian to know what feels right if you're going to go with option 3, So with that, I might just turn it back over to President Parker and maybe let you decide how to maybe navigate a bit of a board conversation, because I think really got to talk together.
Yes. So does anyone have any feelings on Zerger? I guess I would ask right now. You have any concerns or not about the price?
I'll weigh in here. I do appreciate the additional return to the table and negotiating from the original price up. But I'm not sure that returning to the table a third time is going to yield anything different. That's what I'm gathering from the conversation. So I don't know if it's worth the additional time and energy to go into that. That's just my personal feeling, and you don't have to answer.
Can I actually ask a question that's aligned with that? 'Cause that's where it's going. What I think I heard you say is you don't think that if we went back out to the market, we would get substantially different or better numbers. That's correct?
I will go on record saying if you go back out to the market under the same conditions, you will get worse offers.
Thank you.
And I'm anticipating that returning to the table with the current offer would probably also not yield any higher result. Is that your feeling?
Specifically on Zerger?
On Zerger.
I don't know that we're going to be able to move the per lot number the way that would be accomplished. I mean, right now what we're doing is we're putting dollar figures as the minimum in the purchase and sale agreement. And so if you said, guys, you got to go get some number as a minimum that is more than the number that's up there, they're going to look at it and say, can we achieve the 45, like that number divided by 45,000? Can we achieve that lot density?
Mhm.
They very strongly believe they can. Then they will put it in there as the contract minimum and try to run through an entitlement process and achieve that. The certainty has to be relatively high because they are going to spend an enormous amount of money to try to get there and time. I mean, this is going to be years and hundreds of thousands of dollars. So it's got to be a number that they believe that they can get to with some real certainty. Otherwise, they're just going to say, no, we'll back out. That's practically how that would work.
Great. I'm also not a real estate expert at all. Self-disclosure. And because this is the beginning of a process and because we are stepping into multiple transactions within our market, people who are going to be willing to make offers on some of our other properties, I really do feel like my personal feeling is that we move ahead with what we have and use this as a learning experience. And there are still places where we can have conversations. It's not a final closing on a property moment. But I anticipate that we are going to learn things. We're going to do some things well. We're going to maybe learn from experience also a little bit. And I think we need to engage that willingly so that we can be productive with the other properties that we have coming ahead of us. So my feeling right now is to move ahead. That's how I'm feeling.
From everything that I'm hearing, it seems like we're asking, unless we say, yes, we're going to go with this. If we say we want more, then we're asking someone to bid against themselves in a market where they honestly know that there's no competition. And so why would they? I wouldn't. And I'm not a real estate expert, but I've bought and sold a few houses that I've lived in, and I wouldn't bid against myself knowing that the only other person who had bid against me had been rejected for a number of reasons. So I think there's that. And I'm not too worried about what happens to the next sales because you're always kind of starting over again, really. You're opening it up, and maybe another developer who didn't even bid yet would look at it and go, they're pretty reasonable to work with. I bet we could do something with that. And then we might get 3, 4 bidders. And as you said, then competition drives the cost up. So I don't think that we stand to lose more than the value of continuing to maintain the property and eroding our relationships with neighborhoods by leaving empty schools in them. So I feel comfortable with that trade-off, even though, like you, I mean, we're all disappointed in the Zerger offer. But part of that, honestly, is that I think we all hoped that there would be a little bit more density there that would drive that cost up. And that's not in our control, and it's not in control of the developer. And who knows? I mean, if this is Westminster, correct? If Westminster decides, sure, let's let them put a few more houses in there, then because they're paying by lot, that would cause the price to go up, correct? So there's that possibility as well.
You raise first of all, I agree. I do think we need to move forward. I don't know that we gain a ton of value for all the reasons mentioned by pushing harder on this one. And I appreciate Director Kenworthy's statement of we're going to learn. And we may not be perfect, but we're going to learn. I guess one question I do have that I should have asked earlier, less on discussion, apologies, President Parker. It was lightly discussed that Westminster was slightly less amenable than Arvada. Have we gone back and talked with Westminster about that and tried to negotiate there in addition? How's that?
Yeah, we did have a meeting with city staff, planning staff, to understand the components around this development as it relates to some of the things that were being required. And the impression that we got, at least at this part of the process, was they were pretty firm in what they were going to require. And I can't speak to what the process will look like if Cardell, if we decide to move forward and they try to navigate that process. We'll have to see. But we did reach out to understand, to really understand the why and the what behind, what drove this lower proposal on Zerger. And they were things like parkland dedication. There were things like some infrastructure needs that would need to be put in to connect the site to infrastructure. I mean, reasonable things and things that they just didn't seem willing to want to budge on at that part of the conversation. But we were curious, and we wanted to make sure we understood what those were.
Okay, thank you so much. I do think that we've got a sense of the board here, that we've got the answers to our questions. We know what we'll be voting on. And just to follow up with Director Kenworthy, I'm hoping going forward we can also consider the values of other options. Like it was brought up, possibly we take down the buildings and we get rid of the asbestos and we have it be a nice green area that we own. And then in the future, if the market really blows up someplace, and it's like water rights or something, and we can benefit from that. But anyway, those kinds of things that we'll learn in the process, that there are other considerations for the properties going forward, other properties. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So I'm just going to summarize so I can make sure I understand what I'm doing as next steps. I believe that we are going to prepare and bring for the consent agenda next week 2 purchase of sale agreements, one for Allendale, one for Zerger. Thank you for your direction. We appreciate that, Board.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we've reached the action item I talked about at the beginning of our meeting tonight. We have allotted 30 minutes for this. The district and the Jefferson County Education Association negotiating teams reached an agreement on compensation and benefits for licensed educators for the 2024-25 school year. The terms of the agreement are provided in the materials presented in the board docs. After we have a motion, we will have a chance to comment on it. So is there a motion to approve the tentative agreement and revised contract language between the Jefferson County Education Association and the district? Director Applegate.
I motion to approve the proposed contract as presented in board docs, reflecting the tentative agreement negotiated between the Jefferson County Education Association and the district.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Now, comments before we vote on it. Does anyone want to comment on the contract? I will say something. I just want to appreciate everybody that worked so hard on this negotiation. I watched the negotiation sessions. If not live, then I'd go back to see them afterwards. I was heartened by the collaboration on the two sides. I really want to show my appreciation for Amanda Perazio and the work that she did. I know she was pleased, and I hope I'm correct in this, I feel like there was goodwill demonstrated as in these negotiations, and that it's really good for us to move forward with that goodwill on the table. So that's what I would like to say at this moment. Okay, with that, that it has been moved and seconded that the board will approve the contract as presented. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Director Applegate,
Yes.
Director Kenworthy,
Yes.
Director Parker,
Yes.
Director Reed,
Yes.
Director Varda.
Okay, it has been approved unanimously. Thank you all. Yes, we're going to take a quick break. we'll now move back to our study session agenda and onto the topic of the FY25 budget. The purpose of this topic is for the board and the public to receive updates made to the 2024-25 proposed budget prior to the board's vote on its adoption at the June 13, 2024 meeting. The Board of Education has received budget updates consistently since November 2023. This included financial updates for the current year as well as preliminary budget information for the coming year. The proposed budget for the July 1, 2024 through June 30, 2025 fiscal year was submitted to the Board of Education for study in compliance with CRS 22-44.108 on May 10, 2024, and such budget has subsequently been revised as permitted by state statute. This presentation will summarize updates to the budget. If any additional updates are required, staff will present those on June 13, 2024, prior to the vote on the budget. The public is invited to view the 2024-25 budget, proposed budget, which is available on the district's financial transparency webpage. Any person paying school taxes towards Jefferson County Public Schools may file or register via email or via mail comment or objection to this budget prior to its adoption. Additionally, members of the public may address the board in person at the June 13, 2024 board regular session by signing up for public comment. Currently, the board plans to adopt the 2024-25 budget at the June 13, 2024 meeting, though the date may shift if necessary. And before I hand this off to Ms. Copeland and Mr. Salmons, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, President Parker. The board just voted to approve the contract we negotiated with JCEA. Benefits and compensation as negotiated with JCEA are included in the budget presentation you will see tonight. As you know, we are entering mediation with JESPA. Tonight's budget presentation includes the $71 in benefits that we have informed JESPA employees we will be paying as premium increases take effect in July for all employees who take health insurance through Jeffco. So that is included in this budget presentation. It also includes the last formal compensation offer we made to JESPA during the negotiations process this spring. When mediation concludes, and we are beginning mediation this evening with JESPA, the budget team will revise the budget aligned to the contract, and the board will vote on a revised budget. September-ish. Yeah, Brenna will explain the timeline in a second. I do want to say, just wanted to give that context to you so that you know when we go into the presentation tonight, what's included and what might need to be revised over the course of the summer, especially after we finish with mediation process with our JESPA colleagues. I'm really proud of this budget and the people who developed it and led that process. I think part of why I'm so proud is because it is aligned to our commitments within Jeffco Thrives. Our learners are our future. Many investments focus directly in support of students. Our operations, our foundation, our communities, our legacy, and especially our people, our strength, with the priority on competitive compensation. It is also important to know that this budget reflects a transition year for the capital reserve transfer and an investment in an enterprise resource planning system, or an ERP, which our district desperately needs. I want to call out the fact that, aligned with our communities, our legacy, Jeffco will also be making investments that support our newcomer students and families this year and the social wraparound services that they need to access within our community. And so those are just some highlights for me from the budget. I might jump in a little bit along the way and add a few color commentaries. But in the meantime, thank you, Mr. Salmons, for all the incredible work that has gone into this budget. Thank you, Ms. Copeland, for the same, and for your leadership and partnership as our CFO, to me, and our board. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Copeland.
Great. Thank you. So, board members, this is not the first, but potentially it's the last time you will see us presenting on this budget, at least for a few weeks or a few months. Speaking of which, where are we in the budget calendar? So the superintendent, I think, did a great job of articulating there really are kind of almost 4 budgets that you get presented The first one, and we try and separate them by name so that people can tell them apart. So we refer to the proposed budget as the budget that we bring forward in May. The budget we are bringing forward right now is what we sometimes call the adopted budget. Now, that is not intended to presuppose that you will adopt it. It just simply identifies it as the budget upon which you actually vote. When necessary, due to any number of factors, there is an opportunity to bring forward an amended budget, that's version 3, that would potentially occur in September. And I think the superintendent explained that if necessary, due to prolonged mediation or arbitration or any of the Asians, we might bring a September amended budget. The other reason we shall be bringing a September amended budget is because of the fund consolidation project. So if you'll recall, you've heard me talk a little bit about how we will need to restate the budget, pulling in transportation, technology, and the activity within the child care fund that relates specifically to pre-K. And that would happen in September. So one way or another, you get to see us again in September. I know you're excited. And then the version 4 of any given budget is the revised budget. And that's the one we bring in January. And the reason the revised budget is so helpful is it really becomes the foundation for the following year. And so those revisions have less to do with strategic planning or new investments or anything like that, but they have a lot to do with getting the budget as close as possible so that we're building from the right thing. Does that make sense? So those are the 4 budgets in the 4 months and when they might occur. Love the wheel. All righty. And one more reminder about a shift in budgeting practice. Now, the board has obviously discussed these numbers many, many times, so tonight's presentation will be brief. It will be focused really only on changes, except for this slide, where I'm going to reiterate that we are shifting our budgeting methodology, whereby the totality of the general fund budget is an estimate of expense that is between 96 and 98% of total approved expense, right? And so departments, schools, et cetera, are operating in that orange space, which is a number larger than the budget. And further, the board will be providing an appropriation that is even larger than the orange. And that allows for both those reserves that are assigned to specific statutory purposes, like TABOR, as well as timing and things like that that might impact the actual spend in any given year. That's the biggest circle. That's the gray circle. So when your resolutions come forward next week, you'll have a total appropriation amount, which is larger than the total budget. But your budget this year will be the green circle, not the orange. In the past, it's been the orange. And so it is no longer a worst case scenario. It is a most likely scenario, and it is, we've argued a little, we've debated healthfully. It is as close as we can get to, we think there's a 50% chance we'll spend more than the budget and a 50% chance that we'll spend less than the budget. It's just an estimated expenditure amount that's very snug. It makes me slightly nervous. Okay, I think I got that out there. That's just a reminder. And with that, Mr. Sammons.
Thank you, Ms. Copeland. As Ms. Copeland said earlier, this is going to be a brief presentation since we've been presenting everything, try to focus mostly on the changes from the proposed budget. Okay. So first here, we're going to cover the general fund revenue assumptions. There was only one small general revenue assumption update to the adopted budget for FY 24-25. We decreased the uncollectible rate on property taxes. So more people are going to pay their property taxes next year than we assumed originally. This update is only about a $1 million projected increase, but again, we're trying to maximize and show every dollar that we could get coming in to get the projections as close as possible. But this is a $1 million increase to projections for FY 24-25. All right, so the FY 24-25 general fund adopted budget expenses are growing 70. Oh, revenue. Apologize. That's right. Total. The is estimated to increase $33 million from 23-24, which is a 4% overall increase. This results in a total per pupil revenue increase of 5% from 23-24. The per pupil revenue percent is higher than the total revenue because of the decrease of projected enrollment. Okay, so turn this back over to Ms. Copeland for the expense assumptions.
Great. So, and by the way, we're using these little rectangular boxes to highlight an assumption that has changed. And we're not really speaking to the rest of the assumptions, just as a quick footnote to what's happening. So you can see that compared to the proposed budget last month's, one thing that has shifted materially is our costs for compensation and employer-funded benefits increases. Now, if anyone's late to the party and this is the first time you're joining us, please know that that is not the total compensation cost in the district. That is simply what amount are we increasing compensation on a year-over-year basis. Our total cost is much, much higher. Brian will give you that number in just a second. But that's just a point of clarification. And the $72 million as compared to the $50.8 million, as the superintendent alluded to, includes what you just approved in terms of the JCEA negotiated agreement, what we plan to do for employees that are generally classified as JCAA, although that is not a bargaining unit, and it reflects the dollar estimate related to the district's most recent offer prior to impasse with Jeffco. The one other change I would highlight compared to the proposed budget, we are constantly looking at actuals because that really matters in terms of estimating spend year over year. The student success budget is one of our largest budgets. It is our largest budget at the departmental level. It's over $100 million. And we carry sort of a separate vacancy assumption, et cetera, and we track it all year long. We did some additional analysis between the beginning of May and now and realized that based on this year's current year actuals and wanting to true up to the best of our ability, we need to go ahead and increase their budget an additional $2 million. And again, that's just an estimate. It's not changing the approved activity. Their approved activity will be the same, but based on current vacancy rates and current spends, we need to go ahead and right size that by an additional $2 million. That's what that amount represents. All right, I'm going to give it back to Brian to walk you through the tables.
All right, so here we're going to again present the information by account type and by program type moving forward. So I just want to make sure I give that heads up there. So in the FY 24-25 adopted budget, general fund expenses are growing by $70 million or 8% from the 23-24 revised budget. This results in a 9% growth in the budget expenditures per pupil. The general fund summary here presented here shows both the revenue and expenses by account type together to present the anticipated fund use, which is going to be projected to be $33 million for FY 24-25.
And so when I was speaking a little bit earlier, I mentioned that $72 million is an increase over, what we're currently paying. And so this is the slide that shows you what that amounts to in total. So salary and benefits combined will represent $786 million in the general fund. Now we also pay salary and benefits in other funds, right? So that total increase amount is not just for the general fund, it's actually for multiple funds. But anyway, I think it's important to note that $786 million is the total of combined salary and benefits.
Okay. All right, so here's the general fund expenses broken up by program type. Again, this shows the $70 million increase in total budget expenses. But I also want to point out here the largest program type percent increase from 23-24 revised budget is the special education instruction program, which grew by 15%, which does include the $2 million budgeted adjustment that we had. All right, and then here's the general fund summary by program type, showing the projected fund use of $33 million again in the adopted budget. Something I did miss earlier, for the 23-24 budget year-end forecast, we are projecting it to be an $8 million fund source. That was an update from the proposed budget of showing the $5 million. So it's a $3 million increase from the proposed budget presentation. Okay, so here's the scenarios broken up with the adopted budget. So again, we'll have to remember the budget is a set of guardrails, and this is just an estimate with all the many assumptions that we included here earlier. So presented here are two FY24-25 year-end potential scenarios. The first scenario is revenue comes in 2% higher and expenses come in 2% lower than budget. It could produce a fund balance gain of $5 million. This is a typo here of a fund balance use of $5 million on the first scenario. So I want to point that out. We'll get that corrected and get it reposted. And that is that calculates to a $38 million difference from the 24-25 adopted budget. Now, on the other hand, if revenue comes in 1% lower and expenses come in 1% higher than budget, it could produce a fund balance use of $53 million, a $20 million swing from the 24-25 proposed budget. All right, I'm going to turn over to Brenna for beginning of the multi-year forecasting.
This is a version of, what's that sport they play? It's not paddleball. Pickleball. Pickleball. I got to play pickleball. We're just pickleballing back and forth. Okay. So now we're going to talk about the multi-year. And really, again, focusing on what's changed. And so one of the key changes that got approved essentially right as we were presenting the proposed budget, but after we had to finalize the numbers, was House Bill 241448, which is the new public school finance formula applicable not to next year, but to the following, right? And so that does change numbers in our multi-year forecast. We wanted to highlight that for you. It is a positive shift. It brings additional revenue to the district. So effectively, you could consider that sort of a good news change since the last time you saw it. In expense, we wanted to highlight a couple of slight kind of changes, and some of this has to do with the basis of the costs that we're working from. But in FY26 and beyond, the forecast assumes that the district awards COLA increases to wages that match the overall revenue increases. And again, as revenue changed with House Bill, then that changed our COLAs, right? And just to name that explicitly, the assumed cost of living increase to wages in FY26 is 0.5%, and in FY27 it's 0.9%. So in summary, when we look at the multi-year projection using all of our new assumptions for both revenue and expense, you see that, again, the FY25 numbers match exactly what Brian just described. An expected draw on general fund balance of $33 million, which is our best guess, that 50th percentile confidence interval, which would leave us with an estimated $182 million in total fund balance or $80 million in unassigned. As a reminder, the board has a policy that the district would carry at least 4% of total expense as an unassigned reserve, and that amount would be $39 million for next year. The following year, given the forecast we just discussed, where revenue has gone up a little compared to last time you saw it, and we're carrying expense assumptions that build off of the current year expense assumptions, or sorry, the FY25 expense assumptions, we would draw an additional $36 million on fund balance, which would leave us in $40 million in unassigned, which is exactly the board policy 4% unassigned reserves. The following year, FY26-27, again, using the new school finance formula, we estimate revenue at $960 million. Expenses continue to grow using the COLA we provided in the previous slide. That would draw $40 million on fund balance, which does leave us with 0 in unassigned reserves, which does not match to the board policy. So just a quick flag on that out year. Back to Brian.
All right, pickleball back to me. All right, so here we want to point out the major impact of the new public school finance formula and the amounts that would be associated with that in FY26 and FY27. So based on our projections that we have, based on the formulas that we were presented from the state, we anticipate additional revenue of $4.4 million in FY26 and $8.4 million in FY27, and that's going to be directly to the district. Does not include any charter pass-through. Okay, so here's the general fund ending fund balance shown graphically. We've included both what was presented last month's proposed budget in green and what's projected impact of the assumptions included in the adopted budget in purple. Make sure I mention again here, starting in FY26, the district will need to adjust overall operations to ensure the total fund balance includes significant funds for assigned and unassigned board policy reserves. In the previous slide that Brenda did talk through, in the multi-year, we did have to decrease our assigned reserves a little bit to make sure that we did have enough in total allocation. So we did have to decrease our assigned reserves also.
So Brian is very gently pointing out, I failed to make a point that I should have on a previous slide. I'm going to take this back. What he's referring to is, typically we're assuming steady state kind of, we're not going to make adjustments to overall operations. But in order to have that unassigned at 0 as opposed to a negative number, we did have to make an assumption about changes in effectively FY28, because in FY27, your assigned reserves include what amount of money do you expect to use in FY28. We did have to actually make additional cost reduction assumptions for FY28 in order to get that component of the assigned reserves down so that we could have a non-negative assigned fund balance, because you can't go negative. Does that make sense? Okay.
Thank you. I wasn't trying to point anything out. I was just mentioning it. Okay, so that would be the end of the adopted budget presentation. We said we'd be brief today, pointing out the changes that have occurred from the proposed budget. So now we're going to be open for questions and discussions on the adopted budget. Brenda does have one other slide to present after this, and so we're going to open it for the adopted budget questions now.
So I don't want to be too cavalier about the fact that clearly a few years out, this puts us below our 4% policy. We've had that prediction before that we would run out sooner than we have. So I'm seeking assurance that we believe that we can make adjustments that will prevent us from falling below that 4% fund balance. So I'm just wondering, how are we looking at that? Because I don't want to suggest that we're just totally okay with that. Like, yeah, no biggie.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you go back to slide 12, I'll start, Brenna, and then you can jump in.
Of course.
The budget is the best laid plans, and we assume, a lot of different things in it, including salary savings, vacancy savings. And you can see, we may be coming back to you at amended budget in January and saying things look okay and we want you to amend it this way and we don't think we need to allocate this much fund balance any longer. Or we may be coming to you in January and saying we are actually realizing the fund balance use that we estimated, and now we need to shift to a conversation around budget reductions. It's just tricky because our budget is so large that a 2 to 4% swing can mean tens of millions of dollars, which is what we've been trying to educate a lot of people about, not only our board but also our associations and our employees and our community. What I would say is a couple things that we've already started talking about to give you the assurance that you're looking for. Director Reed, Brenna and I have already talked about structures and ways that she and I can review across departments and possibly school budgets in a little bit more detail than what we have been doing on a quarterly basis. These guys provide me quarterly reports, but we're going to be creating some structures for Brenna and I to pay much closer attention to that going into next year, given where we are with the budget right now. We are also considering ways to sort of do a review of the various budgets that make up the whole and trying to determine where might there be efficiencies within the budget that we can take advantage of. And the truth of the matter is, if we do begin going into fund balance at the rates that this is, predicting or assuming that we might, we will be headed toward budget reductions. And a lot of, our budget is 87% staffing and salaries. And so that budget reductions will not be able to be made just in supplies and materials. They will mean people and impacts to people, employees that we care about and who rely on us. And so that will be difficult when we get to that place. And so we are actively talking this summer, even as a cabinet team, about what does that process need to look like, and how do we begin engaging in that type of conversation, at least internally, so that if and when we need to move into action on that kind of thing, we're prepared and we have enough of a runway to do it responsibly and respectfully.
I think I just want to echo when we say adjust overall operations. It's a really nice way of saying that we're going to end up looking at having to make cuts to staffing. And that'll be a conversation point that I'm sure we'll start to hear about more from the community. But I think we are looking at declining in enrollment, and we're always trying to right size and knowing that these numbers do shift over time. It means that it's something that we need to pay attention to and keep an eye on, but I don't think that it means that we start panicking now. I just want to lift that up. I'm not panicking. I'm a non-anxious presence in the face of this information. It is just something that we need to be aware of moving forward.
Just to add on a little bit, in addition to the preparation for where might we need to reduce expenditures, we have to put as much energy into how to help our community understand the incredible work we do with students and families every day, and the great investment that we are as Jeffco Public Schools. And so if we are successful with a mill levy override in 2026 or 2028, that will help tremendously. But if we are not, we will be facing the reduction conversation. So want to be prepared for both.
I think on that line, it would be helpful. One of the points of education for our community needs to be that we do a great deal on less than our similarly positioned districts around us, and that we do actually some pretty amazing work without honestly the resources that other people have. Exactly.
I was looking for my permission. I really do appreciate it, because I think the honest look helps us to have these discussions. And I appreciate that we are having very open dialogue about the fact that right now, 26, 27, don't love that zero there, but I do think we have made good decisions, and we're going to watch it and support potentially campaigns for mills in the future. And I think this shows that we have made and spent money where we needed to spend. And that's the right story. Thanks. I have a few specific questions. I'm just going to go on, to the slides that I have questions on. So the first one is slide 3. And I always appreciate when you have new ways of showing us things. I really do. And some of those are really sticking in for me. But my question is the orange. I get the blue, and I understand the budgeted expenditure not being cast in stone, and I understand the approved appropriations being higher. But tell me again why there's an orange in between.
Yep. So The orange is the authorized spending level for departments and schools. So I'm going to continue with my student success conversation, and Brian, jump in if I mess up the numbers. Student success has a budget of about 110-ish, 120, thanks. And that's their full authorization. Or is it that after the contra? That's their full authorization, meaning how many FTE they can hire, what it takes to do that. We all know that we cannot hire enough folks. We have budgeted positions that remain unfilled throughout the year, whether paraeducators or otherwise. Those vacancies mean that we don't always spend the full authorization. The budget you're about to approve is the green. It's not the orange. The orange exists, meaning if they can fill those vacancies, they will, and we will most assuredly overspend our budget. The green is we take about $7 million out of just the special education budget. So if their authorization is 120, the amount you are approving tonight is 113. But they have authorization to spend to 120. And you repeat that process throughout the budget. So this shift in paradigm that we made is a one-time shift. We picked up somewhere on the order of 33 million in one time, like reappropriate, basically, funds. We did some of that at this year's revised budget. We did the rest of it in this budget. We had to do that once, and then we've already spent it, so that's that. So again, we're living in the green circle, which is smaller than the total authorization, and it does represent, based on years of historical analysis, our best guess at what we will actually spend for every year in the multi-year, including expected cost reductions related to declining enrollment. That was a question before. That's already baked in. Yep.
And going along with the SPED information you were giving us, if you can go to slide 7,
Yep.
where it talks about the right sizing, 2 million. And I just want to make sure I understood what you were saying.
Yep.
It's talking about vacancies, changes in vacancies, but it's not, is there any because of higher pay for SPED personnel, or is it,
Nope.
It's not that we're getting more FTE.
We did, well, this is where, that's a great question. We do carry some assumptions at times about a vacancy rate changing over time. This particular figure is really related to current year trending actuals and a detailed analysis and forecast and saying, we've been carrying this contra in the SPED budget that kind of shrinks their budget to an estimated spend. We've been doing that for a while. That's not new for SPED. And it's honestly not new for the district, but this one-time true-up is new for the district. When we look at the current year actual spend, no changes to vacancy, no nothing, we discovered that we needed to increase the budget estimate. Now, separately, you have heard us talk about some changes to potential compensation that we're making and whether or not that might impact vacancy. And I do want to assure you we are carrying a certain assumption for changes to vacancy related to a couple specific salary changes we're making. Those are in here, and they're also relatively modest.
Thanks. And then on slide 12, I appreciate, always knowing that a small swing could make a big difference in bottom lines. But is that what I'm talking about? 12? Yeah, 12. We also talk a lot about ongoing costs and, revenue to sustain salary increase and so forth, ongoing. But when I look at the two scenarios here, do you anticipate that any of those variances, especially in scenario 2, that would bind us for ongoing costs? So it's not just the 1 year that would be infected, but it would ripple out.
If scenario 2 occurs, it becomes the new basis for the following year. It represents forecastable, predictable, recurring expenditures.
Okay, so even if it wasn't salary related or any negotiations related, it would indicate increase in utilities or something that.
That's right.
And then slide 15. Actually, we got that answered. Thank you, Director Reed. Slide 17. In slide 17, tell me why the proposed budget would go down at one rate and the adopted budget would go down at a different rate.
So your fund burn is larger in this multi-year than in the last one you saw.
Say it again.
In May, we presented a multi-year forecast where these numbers, negative 33, negative 36, negative 40, were lower, meaning, I don't know, it was like negative 20, negative 22. I don't know. We can pull it up.
Yeah.
It's in the board docs. But
Yeah, I'm absolutely looking at slide 17, if you could pull that up. There.
Yep.
That's what I'm really wanting to see, why after 23, 24, the two lines separate.
yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to answer your question. The lines represent the ending fund balance, right? And so when you spend more each year, the adopted budget has you spending more each year, so your ending fund balance is lower than what we had suggested might be true in the proposed.
Yeah, I think I can jump in and help a little bit. The green line is what was presented in May and represents the compensation offers that we had proposed at that time, which is why the fund balance use is less on the green line. The purple line represents where we landed and where we are currently with the JCEA approved compensation proposal, the JCAA equivalent, and the last offer that the district made to JESPA. So it's just another way of showing the differences that are highlighted on slide 7.
Yeah, it's just, again, I see a line that's together up until a certain point and then it starts to separate.
Because those are actuals.
Okay. Yeah.
Previous years, so we know the numbers.
So in those previous years, there was also a difference, separation of the lines. But for simplicity purposes, we can go with the actuals now because it's.
Yeah, and I think this one is really just focused on how is the adopted budget, how is this month's budget different than last month's, so that you're really clear on what's different today versus our May presentation, which is super long.
There's actually
detail, but
yeah,
this is what we're trying to illustrate here.
Yeah. And so what you see, I would say what you see after the 23-24 fiscal year is sort of the projection of what we're anticipating fund balance used to be. The green line represents what you saw in May. Then we made adjustments to district contribution to benefits and district contribution to comp. And that's then the purple line in terms of fund balance use. But the other really important point on this slide that I think is valid to point out to both the board as well as our listening public is the noticeable increase in fund balance between fiscal years 18 to 21, and then the noticeable more flat trend of the line between 21 and 24. And I'll just tell you, having started in the organization in April of 2021, I anticipated some of the spike between 20 and 21 actuals. And the reason I anticipated that was because we had a large influx of pandemic relief funding. And you'll see that in the green section of this graph. Because we received lots of money during the pandemic that was utilized to offset some of our expenses. And then, of course, we weren't in session, so we weren't spending a ton of money. Many districts saw this type of trend line with their fund balance. I do think it's, and we've received criticism for having such a large fund balance, right? And you always receive criticism for having such a large fund balance until you end up hitting a recession. and you're so grateful to have such a large fund balance. So it can be a real catch-22 depending upon economic factors at play in the moment. And I think, Director Reed, you've been a great historian at times, explaining the time when the district was grateful for that fund balance. I would like to just say something I'm proud of, and I think Ms. Copeland should also be proud of alongside me, is that the blue section is what I believe is appropriate in terms of what I believe is a school district's responsibility to spend this year's funds on this year's students. And so we have shifted the trend of saving since we came back from the pandemic. And we have been using, in the blue section, you'll see the actuals are. Now, yes, do we have an increase of estimated $8 million at year end for this year's year end? You saw that on a previous slide. Yes. But $8 million on the size of budget that we have is very reasonable and within expected governmental accounting guidelines. So I do think the split of the lines is just being able to show you, Mary, the proposed versus what you're seeing today. But I also think it's important to note that we have been making progress at trying to make sure we're spending this year's funds on this year's students. And obviously by default, that also means this year's employees. And that's something that I'm proud of. So there's a couple of takeaways, I think, from this slide if you study it long enough and have somebody as long-winded as me try to explain it to you. Yeah.
I just want to point out also the difference between FY 2017-18 and 26-27 and how relatively similar they are, where we started to where we are anticipating ending is actually okay. Yeah, because we're spending that money on our students and our staff. And I want to lift that up.
Just jump in for a second, though. It's really important to think about your fund balance in percentage terms. So our total spend has grown quite a bit from 2018 to 20. That's a decade. So you actually need more money to maintain the same percentage reserve. So part of the reason I don't love this slide is dollar terms are not helpful from a fiscal prudence and governance perspective. The percentages are. So again, yes, we have $105, but actually all of it is designated. We have no undesignated reserves, and that's actually not where we want to be at all. So like I say, it's tempting, but that these are dollars and quite a bit changes.
I understand that, not percentages. I want to lift up, though, that I think in personal finance, we like the idea that more in savings is better. And I think that's different when we're looking at an organization like this. And I understand the difference between percentage and also that these numbers are not actuals that we're looking here. These are assumptions. And so we'll be, like I said, keeping an eye on it. And I also like the idea that we have spent down our reserves and put that money in towards our current staff and students. And we are looking at trying to find other ways to increase our revenue in the future, so that will also make changes to this number as well if we are successful. And I think it's necessary to show that we're willing to spend our money on the education that we're providing in Jeffco, and that at a certain point, we will need more financial resource in order to do what needs to be done.
So I just have the one additional slide, if you don't mind. Sorry for the structure is a little bit clunky, but I just, the reason we pulled this out is this relates to current year. So let's get out of next year and back into current year quickly. So for Fletcher Miller, which is an item on the board's agenda next week, the construction contract. As CFO, my role is not, luckily, to support the contract bid process or anything of that ilk. But it is to make sure we have funds available to cover the costs that we are planning to spend. And so one new piece of information that has emerged in the past month or so is that we did not receive the BEST grant. And so as we think about what are the sources of funds for this project, we've already identified a project budget. That project budget was originally $38 million, right? And a total project budget is always larger than the construction contract alone, right? And Jeff's team does a great job of explaining it's the construction contract, it's the architecture and engineering, it's permits, it's our actual overhead to run the project, et cetera, et cetera. All those things make up the soft costs in excess of the contracted costs. There's contingency, right? We try to be really thoughtful about budgeting a certain amount of contingency in excess of a contract amount. Now, my job is to figure out where's the money going to come from. And so that $8 million amount that Brian just showed you, we will be spending to backfill BEST. And after talking to Jeff in great detail about the project budget and his team and trying to set everything at the right level, 38 was always a placeholder. That team does feel comfortable with 36 as a whole project budget, inclusive of the contract, soft costs, all the things I just mentioned, contingency, FF&E. And so to manage to 36, we don't need to backfill the full $8 million that we were going to think about from BEST. We only need to backfill 6. So when you approve that contract next week, not only are you approving the transfer of the original $15 million, you're essentially acknowledging that we are also going to solve for that $6 million. And that will be a one-time transfer, additional transfer on top of the additional transfer. So.
Okay. Thank you for that. Yep. And thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it very much. Look forward to the next version of it. And the time now is 4:50. I'd like to call a 15-minute break for the board to get something to eat. See you later. Okay, we are back. And the purpose of the next topic tonight is for the board to receive and discuss updates to the monitoring report on Executive Limitations Board Policy EL 11, School Safety. As a reminder to the board and the listening public, the Executive Limitations Board Policy EL 11 report was presented to Jeffco's Board of Education in October 2023. Tonight, we are receiving an update to that presentation, and moving forward, the board will receive the EL 11 presentation annually in the spring-summer timeframe. I want to acknowledge that school safety is a topic of utmost interest to the Board of Education and our communities. Before I turn this over to district staff, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to add?
I'd just like to thank all of our employees for putting safety of our students and our staff at the forefront of everything we do every day. It is the most important thing and work that we engage in our schools. I'd like to also just particularly thank our school safety team and the incredible work that they do, with that being their primary focus on a daily basis. I am also pleased that we are shifting the timeline of this report for the board. Having the conversation in the spring or summer timeline allows us to not only update the board on, how did the last school year go, and provide you really timely information about that and data, but it also allows us to then utilize the feedback from the board during this study session and the conversation here to guide some of our summer planning as we prepare for the upcoming school year. So appreciate that shift in the timeline for this report. Thank you for all the work that you guys have put into the report. And I believe I'm handing it over to Mr. Weiss, who's going to allow all of our presenters to introduce themselves, even though you're very familiar with this amazing group of leaders. And so, Mr. Weiss.
Dave Weiss, Chief of Schools. Board, thank you for the opportunity to present today. And you may not actually be as familiar with Madalena, so I'm going to have Jeff introduce himself and then introduce Madalena.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you for allowing us to be here. Jeff Pearson, Executive Director for the Department of School Safety, and I do want to introduce, because we didn't include her on the slide, but she is a integral part of the movement and the department. Miss Madalena DeAndrea, she is our Senior Manager of Strategic Projects, Recovery, and Resiliency, and she brings a modality of perspectives, background, and history to the world of school safety. And you're going to hear a lot today about where we're headed, some of the design factors, and a lot that she's had her hand in. So we are very lucky to have her. She's a tremendous leader and a big part of our team. So thank you, Madalena.
I'm going to tell a really quick story about Madalena. She was our keynote speaker at the first annual Jeffco Student Leadership Board Conference, which was awesome. Both of my students, my own children attended this event. And when I asked them what was the best thing about it, they said the keynote speaker. We loved hearing from Madalena. So thank you for doing that for our students. It had an impact on my own children. And I'm sure that means it had an impact on a lot of the students who were there that day. So thanks.
I want to start by just acknowledging the important partnerships that we have both internally and externally to make the world of school safety so successful. As you'll see, we were able to work directly with our law enforcement agencies, every one of our agencies. Thank you so much for the amazing SRO partnership that they provide to our schools. But we were honored to award Nicole Deering, the SRO from our Nevada Police Department. She's the current SRO at Ralston Valley, our Gordon Beasley Resource Officer of the Year. That was an exciting night and well received. Her deputy chief and her commander were on site with us as well when we were able to give her that award. So just the partnerships that we share externally, and we can never thank those agencies enough for what they provide to our schools. In addition, school safety wouldn't be what it is without our internal partnerships. As you all know, we have amazing leaders and departments in this district, and we were able to acknowledge a number of them at our annual awards night. Number one being our very own Chief of Staff, Mr. Dave Weiss, for his Better Together work. He and I have worked so closely over the last 2.5 years to really become much better partners, and for his department to be much more involved in the world of school safety every single day. In addition, we had two amazing IT directors, and we could have really elevated the entire IT department for the work that they do for us. But these two individuals work directly with our team on a number of things internally. When it's IP addresses, internal threats, or things, we're able to reach directly out to both Daniel Clements and Chris Linton for the work and just amazing partnership that they provide us every single day. And then finally, part of Dave's team is our school leaders. I come from that world, so I know how important it is to have the partnership and the trust at that school level. And so Mr. Micah Porter, he's the principal at Arvada Vest, we awarded him with Administrator Safety Advocate. Micah has not only embraced what was there in the world of school safety, he has embedded his work and directly connected with our team every single day to try and make it better, and wanted us to come out and help improve safety and improve the capacity of what safety looks like at Arvada West. So he was our recipient for that award. And then finally, one of Dave's members on his team, Mike Freeman, and the community superintendents are, they're the direct connection between us and schools. And we work with them every single day. Everything that comes through, we get a chance to work directly with them. And Mike was just integral in a lot of big topic areas this year and big instances that came through. And so we awarded him our high school safety champion of the year. I can't say enough about not just Mike, but the entire team that Dave leads and the partnership that they provide us.
Thanks, Jeff. And I think it is important to know that, much of this report focuses specifically on safety, and a lot of it has to do with the work that Jeff's team does. But almost every day, Jeff and I talk to each other. We talk about, whatever's going on in our schools, safety situations, and how they relate to our students. But we also talk about the positive way that this team here impacts our students every day. If you're in one of our schools, it's very common to see one of Jeff's patrol officers in one of our schools or our campus supervisors. The relationships that they have with kids is really special. And certainly we have to deal with tough issues sometimes, but more often than not, they're out there on the playground, checking in on kids. They're walking the lunchroom, they're walking the halls. And it's really important to know that for our students to learn, which is a huge responsibility of my department, they have to feel safe. And that's, I cannot express to you all how important that is, and I think that you all know that. But the partnership that we have with the school safety department here in Jeffco and the work that they do truly is pivotal to the success of our students and our staff. So we did present this to you in October, so there will be a little bit of repeat, and we're going to test run a new category for you. But EL 11 states that the superintendent will develop a safe school plan following consultation with school and school district accountability committees, parents, teachers, administrators, students, and when appropriate, members of the community that provide for a safe learning environment conducive to the learning process and free from unnecessary disruption.
With that said, as Dave indicated, much of this, as we said, was presented in October. So I do have some data updates in a number of these categories that I do want to elevate just for you to reference. I know you've been able to see the report and have probably already gone through much of this data, but a few pieces that I did want to elevate. Number one is our threat assessments. Just giving you some data numbers. This year, we had 1,049 behavioral threat assessments submitted compared to 1,316 last year. I think it's key to note, however, that 83% of those, absolutely, 1,049 behavioral threat assessments were submitted this school year compared to last school year of 1,316. But I think the key aspect of that, even though it went down, is the amazing number that 83%, 876 of those were managed and resolved through this level screening process at the school itself. And so very few of those had moved themselves to a district level assessment where others had to get involved. And so we were able to manage. And as you know, here in Jeffco, if you say it, tweet it, write it, indicate it, we believe you. And then we put resources and things in place to make sure we take care of those. So we're pretty excited about that 83% number to move forward.
That data is all in the report as well.
Yeah. Campus safety, 100% of our schools will have secure vestibules by the end of by 2024-25 school year. As of May, currently, 95% of our secure vestibules are completed, and the remaining 5% are on track for construction this summer. So I know we've had a lot of questions about those vestibules, and we're excited to say that we are on track to get to that 100%, and those buildings are being constructed this summer. Safe to tell data, we had 655 school tips this year, and you may have read or remembered that in October, the numbers we presented were, I think, well over 1,500. The amazing work of the Power BI team internally that put a Safe to Tell data program together, they were able to pull out all the duplicate reports. And that's why that number is down to it's truly applicable information. And now we know that we had 655 actual tips versus the 1,500 that said so many duplicates in the past. I will tell you that the top three continue to be suicide threats, bullying, and drugs. I won't get into specifics and details, but I think it's important that you know those are continue to be our top three indicators from Safe to Tell. Safety training, I think the biggest piece, I think with some of the issues that we've dealt with here in Jeffco this year, but 2023 Senate Bill 296 regarding student discrimination and harassment requires school districts to include instruction on recognizing indicators of grooming and child sexual abuse in employee training. Beginning the 24-25 school year, Jeffco will be embedding content in its mandatory training, which will assist employees in recognizing risks of adult sexual misconduct. I think that's important. Tara Pena and her team is going to be kind of branching out and taking some of that work on. We'll be directly supportive of that and providing opportunities where we can train our staff and train others across the work. But her work with the child advocacy and the child work and her team is the right indicators or is the right team to take this on, but we'll be directly hand in hand with her with this work. All of our 289 school-based administrators, superintendents, secretaries, and facility managers, transportation employees will continue to get that same safety training this upcoming summer that we gave last year. So we're excited to continue that capacity building and be in front of so many more employees in the district and give them adequate safety training to prepare for the school year. And then finally, our student review team. 85 students were reviewed by student review, which is an indicator of that threat assessment. Some of those numbers that came from the threat assessments, our student review team were able to identify and work directly with 85 students over the course of the school year. The new content, we're going to basically skip this because this is going to come up in our accelerated focus that you're going to see here in a few slides. So every one of these bullet points will come up in our accelerated focus. So we'll move forward past this in the interest of time and move on to the next slide.
Thanks, Jeff. As you all know, we moved to Panorama as a survey tool in the last year. One of the benefits of that is it does give us data that compares nationally, as well as data that we can get from families, students, and staff. And so we can get all of those data points through the Panorama survey. We used to have Make Your Voice Heard, which was a student survey, and then we had a different survey for families. And so this now puts the data all in one place. One point of data we want to share with you is, staff safety, employee safety is really important to us. One of the data points that we look at is how do staff feel around safety. Now, as we look at these next few slides, I do want to point out that this slide in particular is about how often you feel safe at work. The next couple are around, how safe do you feel at school, and that's comprised of a lot of factors. And so if a student is not feeling safe at school, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're not feeling safe because they think of some really tragic event. It might be because they're being bullied. It might be because something's going on at home and they just aren't, they're not comfortable. So there are a number of factors that could cause students to feel unsafe. But with this particular piece of data here, it's 85% positive response that staff have felt safe at work, but there's still 15% there that we do want to keep an eye on. We'll continue to work at this with the visibility of things like Jeff's team, our standard response protocol that we use, and discipline support and training for our staff, which is something that we're working on very closely. In fact, we were just looking at the launch we're going to have with our principals and some of the work that we're going to do around de-escalation for student behavior and conflict management. The family safety perception was 74% favorable. There was not an increase in this from last year, but again, the data does represent a number of safety factors, including general safety, risk-taking behavior, bullying, and violence. So it's just really a reminder. The next slide here, elementary, is the same as it was last year, 66% positive. This does not show a growth score, so you'll notice in the next slide that we have a growth score, but elementary didn't take Panorama last year, so we don't have growth from last year to this year for elementary. So this is their first year taking it, and in elementary, it's just grades 3, 4, and 5, not K 1 and 2. And then lastly, we have our secondary feelings of safety is 61% favorable, which is a 3% increase from 22-23. Again, this data is all in the report as well. A little more detail, but we just wanted to share with you where our students, staff, and families feel regarding safety perceptions. All right, so we're going to test run a new category for you. So those of you that have seen several monitoring reports, we typically have on track and focus acceleration. But because we presented to you in October, we shared with you many things that we could have listed as on track, but they're actually operationalized. And so we wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity to highlight that those things are operationalized in our system right now. And so from October to now, these are things that we're on track that we consider to be fully operational at this point. So Madeleine is going to share about those, but we'll run this category and then we have on track and then focus acceleration.
Thank you. So as we talk about operationalize, we're just going to go through each category. So first with campus safety, the campus security team is deployed throughout our high schools and many of our K middle school campuses. They are highly trained in mental health, first aid, de-escalation, search, camera access, and intel, and are assisted by mental health and safety personnel as appropriate. So this is operationalized within our system. In regards to safety checks, Jeffco's Emergency Operation Plan, or our EOP, continues to be operationalized, with modifications occurring when necessary over time. In the 2023-2024 school year, we completed annual full safety checks at every school. So this includes fire drills, lockdown drills, shelter or evacuation drills, school response team member information and credentialing, and pertinent additional information collection. So this is to be fully prepared for any type of incident. In regards to emergency response training, we have building administrators and community superintendents completing their annual mandatory training. Jeff touched on this earlier on, but this is really making sure that our transportation secretaries, facility managers, and all others are scheduled to complete that consistent training that we've now operationalized within our system. Threat assessment model. So Jeffco implements a threat assessment model that has been identified as national best practice, and it requires the following items, which we have in place in Jeffco. So it's establishing a multidisciplinary threat assessment team, defining prohibited and concerning behaviors, establish and provide training on central reporting system, determine thresholds for law enforcement intervention, establish assessment procedures, create and promote safe school climate, and provide training for all stakeholders. So that's all currently in place in Jeffco within national best practice. Community education. The Department of School Safety and Security work with school-based parent organizations to present safety best practices and to answer community questions. And through school-based structures. We also did 2 presentations this year at the Summit Jeffco event for community in September of 2023 and March of 2024. Our student review team. So student review team is a multidisciplinary team meeting weekly to make balanced decisions regarding response to severe student behaviors. Jeff touched on this in the earlier slide, but this is in place and operationalized here in Jeffco. And then with a consistent use of our district discipline matrix. So all school-based administrators have been trained on the newly revised student discipline matrix, are using it to inform discipline decision making. That's our operationalized content. And we're going to now move to on-track content. So first in this area is safety training. We had a category of safety training earlier in the operationalized. This is really expanding our safety training. So we're continuing to build staff capacity with consistent messaging and robust safety training across all divisions of the organization. This is hopefully to include in-person and virtual, online, when and where available training for our staff. And I'm excited to announce that we are participating in an emergency dispatch center redesign project. So we recently received a almost $1 million grant from the State of Colorado's Office of School Safety. And we're using that fund to upgrade our emergency dispatch center, which really needs necessary radio system updates. The district is matching this grant funding with support to redesign the dispatch center space to accommodate the growth. We've had a big adjustment there in number of personnel and the tools we need to do the job. And a project manager and grant manager have been assigned to the redesign, and it's on track to be completed by the end of next school year, excuse me. You will see this Motorola equipment purchasing as an item on your consent agenda, just so you're aware. I'm going to pass it off to Jeff to talk about our focused acceleration.
Okay, this last slide, we want to talk a little bit about kind of goals and where we're headed and kind of next, what we think is going to take us to that next level. One of those is we've been working obviously with Superintendent Dorland and Cabinet and talking about, budget considerations for standard level of safety equipment and replacement of equipment and investments in new technology, such as visitor management systems, cameras, radios, etc. Formalizing this funding for schools that require more funding at the district will require more funding at the district level. Campus supervisors, of course, I know you hear about this a lot, but increase the number of campus supervisors to include every one of our middle schools and some additional support for our elementary schools. Increasing the number of those campus supervisors requires some additional funding that we're working directly with the district on. Technology, adopt a district level emergency notification platform, purchase a digital application system to audibly alarm over school intercoms and notify all staff through some type of a messaging application. Visitor procedures. increase our target hardening for unwanted visitors, making our schools less attractive, of course, more secure and harder to access through our secure vestibules, continuing to prioritize controlled access, along with implementing a robust visitor and volunteer management system through a vetted vendor like Relatrix or Raptor, which allows us to provide welcoming, streamlined, and safe environments for our students, staff, and families. Safety protocol for extracurricular events. We're training our Department of School Safety, athletic directors, and other key stakeholders in an evacuate, evade, and defend category. It's a protocol used when there's an active threat at a large event. This would be an outdoor response protocol for use when our lockdown indoor SRP, which we typically use, would not be applicable. Similar to football games, large music events, or others when it's a large group and that SRP really doesn't come into play. All staff online safety training. We are currently developing some vector training around the SRP that will provide training for every member of Jeffco to cover the standard response protocol, situational awareness, and communication that we know is so important to school safety every day, not just for kids, but for our staff and for others that are in our buildings. And then finally, working with Superintendent Dorland to potentially bring back a Superintendent Safety Alliance and reestablish school safety and alliance to prioritize what is important and recommend next steps for sustained or additional investments that strengthen safety, well-being, and a sense of belonging for Jeffco schools and students. The final three categories Madalena has been directly involved with, so I'm going to pass it off to Madalena for these final three.
Great, thank you. So when it comes to threat assessment in-depth training, our team is incredible, and I'm really excited to announce that we are participating in a grant with the State of Colorado's Office of School Safety and CU Boulder's Center for Prevention of Violence. And it's a grant, it's federal level stop. So it allows us, if we receive the grant, to get in-depth threat assessment training for our schools, and it ideally will bring national recognition to our threat assessment process while giving us greater legitimization of our process here in Jeffco. When it comes to student voice, you all heard that got to keynote for the Student Leadership Boards Conference. We have really had a decreased solicitation with these students on getting feedback when it comes to safety, and this is an area of focus acceleration. These students on our leadership board are incredible, and I was honored to be able to interact with them in that conference because they are truly leaders building a community of leaders. When it comes to strategic restructure of the Department of School Safety, we are emphasizing school-based supports. We're looking at assigning every school a safety liaison, so DSS personnel, to manage crime prevention through environmental design, which is called CEPTED, proactive safety planning, drill management, safety training facilitation, campus security management where applicable, and much more. That's all we have for you. So with that, we'll take any questions you have.
I think first, thank you so much, and I think that we're doing really strong work. There's just no question about that. I am concerned about some of the feedback we're getting on the issues with bullying, which we've seen with Safe to Tell as well, and that we have also seen with our first team, that bullying continues to be an issue, and how students reacted to the question about people being disrespectful at their school. And in order for restorative practices to work and in order to have really strong communication and strong security in the school, it's really important that kids feel like they are part of a community, and those are things that erode that. So I'm wondering if we're doing any work around those particular issues within sort of the area of school safety.
I think we have been doing work, and we will continue to do work. A lot of it comes through some of the social emotional curriculum and resources that we're using in our schools, and we continue to equip more and more teachers, deans, and assistant principals with skills around restorative practices. We see a higher degree of success with restorative practices at the earlier ages, elementary and middle. We don't see as much success with that at the high school level. Doesn't mean that we don't do it, but we haven't seen as much success there with those practices. But I would say that yes, across our system, we continue to try and provide resources for our teachers and for our students to have a safe person to go to use Safe to Tell, and to also get resources from also counselors. I should have mentioned counselors, assistant principals, deans, to continue to support them as they're dealing with bullying issues. I think that one of the largest challenges that we experience is that a lot of the bullying is actually not happening at school. It's happening online, and I think that you're aware of that. And so we do our best to manage, but sometimes it's really difficult for us to manage what's happening on social media. And so we do, if there's a nexus to school, we certainly address the behavior with discipline if it's appropriate. And we do our best to provide learning for our students around appropriate use of social media. But we have seen, this is no surprise to anyone, but in the last 10 years, we've seen a huge increase in bullying online versus bullying at school. And so that's not to say that it doesn't happen at school. It certainly does. And we continue to try and provide those resources. But we're battling this sort of continuously changing online environment of Snapchat and TikTok and whatever else, where these kids are getting at each other, late night and online. And so, so the answer to your question is yes, and we're still trying to figure out the best way to manage that part.
Director Reed, I'd like to include, I think this is one component where I think campus supervisors play a huge, huge role. They are that external set of eyes that get to see some of this firsthand and can engage in that work right away. Our teachers are teaching, our administrators are trying to evaluate and do other things. Campus security is there to watch kids, and they often hear some things that nobody else hears immediately and direct and quicker. And so that additional set of eyes in that campus security division can be a big part of helping identify and help implementing some of those things that we're talking about to hopefully address some of the bullying problems that are going on.
Yeah, I agree. And I've certainly seen the relationships that campus supervisors build with kids. So I think that's really important. It seems like this is also a really natural place to be asking our student leadership, their opinion on what we can do to help kids with that. And it's also, as we talk about working with parents and training parents on safety, helping parents understand how to help their kids navigate social media, how to set boundaries, how to say, maybe as upset as your child might be, you can't have your phone after a certain time at night when I can't monitor what's going on and I can't, so some of those things I think might be some potential areas to explore.
Thank you for being here. You mentioned earlier threat assessments had gone down. I'm curious about intensity of incidents and if that is also decreasing or not. And I'm also curious about the difference between middle school and high school when it comes to level of intensity of events and if that's increasing or decreasing.
I'll start and then I'll let Lena chime in a little bit. She's done some really great work with Highlight and her team, Judicial Services. But I will tell you, as a whole, even though those numbers are down, the intensity of the aggressive events in the kids and the things that we're dealing with have exploded. I mean, they have really taken off for really 2 years now. But I think some of the highest intensity we've seen is over this past year. And as we know, guns have been involved in multiple occasions and not on our school grounds, knock on wood, but we've seen a lot of students with access off of school grounds and some of the behaviors that we're seeing off school grounds. And unfortunately, what we're seeing today, things that happen in the community used to stay in the community to some degree. Well, now they're funneling right directly into our schools. And so whatever we're seeing out there is directly connected and correlated. Now we have a nexus coming right into our schools. So we have dealt with some pretty large scale events. And I think the intensity is increasing. It's not just the high school level. We've seen some pretty egregious behaviors, not only at middle school, but even at that 5th and 6th grade range, which obviously concerns our team tremendously.
The only thing I will add to that is that when it comes to age differentiation, really it's not just specifically house and high school, like Jeff was saying, we're seeing it across grade levels. And from that lens, we're able to start to see more consistent data. Our Power BI team has been really incredible and helped us create a state to tell dashboard. So we're able to see more specific data on different grade levels, on types of threats, that kind of stuff, which is helping our team make better training decisions.
And I would add, Director Kenworthy, that another place that we're seeing an increase in the intensity of behavior is actually our littles, kindergarten, 1st grade, which it really has been a shift in the last couple of years that we've seen. And so we're learning a lot, and we're trying to have an impact, and that could be related to a number of things. Some people blame COVID. I'm not really sure that we know the root cause of it, but we have seen some more extreme behaviors out of some of our youngest learners.
Thanks for that. I think it's helpful for our community to know that there is a bit of a shift going on right now around behavior with our students. I also wanted to ask, just back to threat assessments and credibility. Um, can you tell me a little bit about how something is deemed to be credible, and then what happens after, like at a school? Who gets to know, and a little bit of that.
So as I said, if somebody tweets it, says it, writes it, we see it. We initially investigate it, and we try and bring building administrators, teachers, anybody that knows the student in initially for that screener level at the school level, begin to ask a lot of questions, find out the validity of it. Why was it written? Bring the student in, maybe ask some questions, call parents and find out. At that point, they kind of sit around a table and decide, I just said that because I was upset last night, for instance, or I've been having an ongoing problem with Johnny for a year now, and it's stemmed from something larger in the community. Now it's gotten back to school and it's gotten egregious, and now we start seeing some back and forth reports. That screener at the school level has the initial investigation and takes all of those considerations and decides that something we can handle at the school level, whether it's a strategic conversation, a restorative practice, whether we can call parents and bring them in and sit down and figure this out, or wow, this is getting pretty out of hand. We need to bring district level in, move this up to a district level, or is an actual threat. And we see that there's weapons involved, or there was an actual threat of weapons. We move that to a district level. Then we can bring outside resources from our partner agencies as well as internal, and really funnel a lot of resources to those families, to those kids, to help them get back on track in some form or manner. So it starts there, but it could engage, and that's at 83% that are typically handled at the school level.
As far as tracking is concerned, are you tracking interactions between SROs in those instances? And my other question about tracking is, are you also able to track positive interactions for SROs, positive contact? I know that we've had incidents this year where previous positive contacts have led to some really important reporting and response. And I'm wondering if that data gets collected as well, because it does create a culture where then students do feel safe going to SROs and other staff. And I want to know about, there's a lot of discussion about collection of negative impacts about SROs in schools in particular. And I'm just wondering if our data collection in Jeffco is collecting both types of data.
I know Dave has some ideas on this, but I want to start with absolutely yes. We meet with our law enforcement sergeants and commanders quarterly, if not more often than that when needed. And we've asked them, because the Westminster has done an amazing job for many, many years of every single month we get a check from every one of our schools, positive interactions, citations, et cetera. We track that data. We've now engaged that same work with our other agencies, and we're beginning to get some of that data. A lot of them didn't know really where to start, but we've asked for it, and they've thought, and we've told them how important it is, because the perception is one thing, the data tells a whole nother story. And we can bring data on the important significance of those kids' role with an SRO outside of the citations, the things that I think are the mantra that people are saying that SROs, what they serve in our schools. We can be much more effective in bringing the data on why SROs are so effective. So we do have a lot of that data. We continue to work with our agencies to see if we can get more of it as a consistent basis from all of them.
Yeah.
I'm really grateful for the information. Thank you so much.
And I would just add to that I think that there's a ton of positive interaction data that we can't track, right? Like if you go to a football game and you watch the SRO walking around the stands talking to the kids, every one of those interactions is a positive interaction as long as they're not doing anything wrong. And I mean, those things, they're really difficult to track, but they have such a huge impact on our kids. And some of our SROs that are like longstanding SROs in these buildings, I mean, those kids, they know that person, they trust them, and that's just because they see them in the halls, they see them at their football game, they see them at their choir concert. Like they know that those people care about the work that the kids are doing. And so I appreciate what Jeff shared, but I also think it's important to know that like every interaction is positive or negative, right? And so and I believe what we see from our SROs and the relationships that we have with our department, with these municipality departments that serve our students, I mean it's second to none. I mean it's been you just go watch those guys walk around, and it's impressive. Or the officer that was recognized at the awards banquet. I was at a football game last year at Ralston Valley. We had a pretty serious incident happen, and the way that I watched her handle the student that was in big trouble, because they did something really unwise. but the way that she handled that student who was in big trouble, like there was a hug at the end of the interaction because of the way she handled it, the way she spoke to the parent. Those are the kind of things that sometimes is really difficult to just measure, right? They're not quantifiable always. So
Well, I also want to offer my appreciation. It's no small feat to keep all of our students safe, and so a huge just appreciation to all the officers and everyone that works on this every day. It's very meaningful. A lot of us have kids in the district or have been in the district or have grandkids in the district, and it's very meaningful. I have a few quick questions. Also, I just want to raise up the vestibules, because when I started sitting on the capital asset committee, I didn't realize there were schools that didn't yet have safe entries. And so it's just something that I'm really excited that we can say we have done and check that box. So really, really excited for that. On the safe to tell, when we talk about duplicates, is that typically multiple people suggesting the same thing, or is it somebody maybe calling into safe to tell more than once?
They're typically the same incident with multiple calls. Oftentimes, Safe to Tell will catch it as a duplicate report, but oftentimes they may not. But it may correlate to the same situation. I can tell you, we've had one situation that's been going on for months, and I bet we've had over 60 Safe to Tells on the same event that just keeps spinning and getting just different. So before we weren't able to track that, it was 60 events, or maybe we were to get 2 duplicate reports or 10. Now we can truly identify those reports are identified by one indicator and be able to pull that information out directly.
With our staff survey, which I'm thrilled we're getting, when staff fill out that survey, were they able to add a comment if they were to say that they didn't feel safe or that they don't feel safe often? No.
I actually don't know the answer to that, but we'll get back to you on that.
Yeah.
I can give a partial answer and we can do some follow-up if the board is interested. There are comment sections in our staff survey, and I do know that there is some level of screening for sure on the student surveys, because if there are things that students are reporting that are safety concerns for students, we are alerted by the company just because of the seriousness of some of what might be said to us. It's rare, but it does happen. I can follow up and find out if that happens. I'm looking at Lisa. She can maybe work with Carol's team to see if that does happen for the staff survey as well. I know it happens for the student survey.
We definitely are alerted in the staff survey if there's something shared that is of high concern. I just don't know if there's a comment like directly after that question specifically, which is what I think you were asking.
Yeah, but I mean, I just curious because I as much as we want our kids to feel safe, we want our educators to feel safe too. So if we have indications as to why that is, or if we're seeing that occur in certain locations, I'd be curious if we can do anything with it. Don't need to know what, just if we can act on it.
We can follow up on that. That's great.
And then just my own knowledge, I apologize for all these little questions. When we were talking about the student review, is that a form of like restorative justice where, or is it more, how are we using this student review?
You want me to take that? Oh, sorry. So student review team meets every Wednesday morning. It's a multidisciplinary team: director of discipline, community superintendent, director of judicial services. Our threat assessment team is often there. Student engagement is there. We also have a special educator and a 504 coordinator are often there as well. So these people are all in the room together. When a student gets to the student review team, there are 2 ways they get there basically. One is through the threat assessment process where they've been deemed a concerning threat, or I guess there's 3 ways. One could be law enforcement contact outside of school, but they were like in possession of a weapon, for example, or a gun. And then the third is like potentially an expulsion. So if a school wants to recommend a student for expulsion, it goes through the SRT. And so the SRT then, that multidisciplinary team reviews the case, reviews all the data. We look at everything: student history, how they're doing in school, what are their at-risk behaviors, and then we make a decision about where that student will continue to attend school. Will it be at their school? Will it be at an alternative school? And then from there, we'll start activating like wraparound services through case management structure, right? Like a safety plan. We might connect them with a social worker. Depending on what their needs are, we can connect the family with resources too if they need that. So the team is really where the decision gets made about where the student's going to go from here, because they've they're in enough trouble, or they've created a threat or a concern. And then that meeting, doesn't really determine all of the next steps necessarily. It decides where the kid's going to go, and then the people in that meeting work with their teams to start determining the wraparound services we're going to give to that student and their family.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Yep.
Last question, I promise. The Safety Alliance, Superintendent Safety Alliance, that sounds super cool. Who are the stakeholders in that alliance?
So we've started this process with the alliance work that we pulled together. We pulled together the Jeffco Alliance in January, and there was a section of study and work that a subgroup did around safe and secure schools and environments of belonging. I think we're now collecting. Now, can you jump in, Lisa, in terms of what the next steps have been since the Alliance presented their findings this spring? Thank you.
Yeah, what we told the Alliance and that the whole Alliance and that group in particular was that this summer, Jeff and Madeline and I will be working on sort of a charge for that group. We've had some challenge in the past with a similar group where the directive wasn't very clear or their role wasn't very clear, and it resulted in folks not being particularly excited about the outcome. And so we're trying to design it. And then this fall, we will open up an application process basically to join this committee to make sure that we have a wide representation of voices in the room as we build upon the work that the safe and welcoming learning environments group started.
Great. So the idea is that it can be a kind of an inclusive group that has maybe different opinions. Awesome. Okay. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you very much. I always like hearing this presentation. And I just want to make sure and emphasize something that I'm very proud of in Jeffco, and that's our close alliance and work relationship with law enforcement in Jeffco, because some incidents happen off school grounds, not during school hours, and yet they're very important for us to know in order to handle them in our schools. So I know that Jeffco is almost unique in having that relationship so that we are contacted by law enforcement if something happened. Second thing I wanted to say, in the monitoring report, what I think would be helpful, what I would like is to see maybe some chart, Mr. Pearson, when you were giving us the statistics. I know that a lot of them are in the monitoring report. I did find them, but I would love seeing in a chart, this is how many risk threat assessments we had this year versus last year, safe to tell this year versus last year, and even bringing in maybe information by middle school, high school, that kind of thing would be helpful. And then lastly, I don't see anything in here, but unfortunately, it's happening more and more frequently. And just in the last week of school this year, we had bomb threats against one of our schools, and there are swatting incidences which we know happen. Is that something we can start to include in this monitoring report? So I know some of the things that people are asking is, what is the likelihood that we can find out who, send in a bomb threat or any other, call to a school, how we could find out who's doing it, and then maybe publicizing and informing the public a little bit more about the order of what happens and how they'll be notified and so forth.
I will start by saying that, as we know, Safe to Tell is completely anonymous and always will be. It's going to have to take a huge act for any incident to be reported by the AG's office to turn information over, except for if it was a class 6 felony, as we indicated earlier. So it's very difficult for us to uplift and understand who might have put the report in, unless, as those two individuals I mentioned earlier, Mr. Clements and Chris, do so much work with us. Oftentimes, if kids are reporting internal inside the school, we can take a look at IP addresses and trigger, and it may figure out where it's coming from. That wasn't the case in most of these events. But I will tell you that we have specific protocols. We use priority. It's called PI, and some of the intel we get, and then our environment and how we indicate, are they viable threats? We work with law enforcement on these threats. They're our partners. They do this every single day, for communities. And so we have a specific protocol we go through. We flood an area with resources to determine that. Probably something we should do in an executive session. I can go probably in more in depth on some things we don't want to really talk about necessarily here, but I can go into depth with some things in an executive session on how some of that decision making is made. But we do have very viable protocols along with law enforcement on how we vet these procedures.
Yeah, I'd like to second that idea of a executive session. When the three of us were elected in 2021, we did have such a meeting, and we also had the opportunity to go see the Frank DeAngelis facility. So I think it's something we could do again. So anyway, thank you very much. Really appreciate it, and I feel very good about the protocols and the things we have in place in Jeffco. Okay, for our next agenda item for study this evening, the board will receive a presentation from independent consultant Flow Analytics and district staff on the now completed comprehensive boundary study. Independent consultants Flow Analytics, with support from district staff, analyzed historical student enrollment, demographic characteristics, residential development, and prior changes to school boundaries and articulation areas. They've produced several reports for the board and the public's review. This work began in March of 2023 and concludes with this evening's presentation. Before I turn this over to Ms. Ralou, is there anything you'd like to say, Superintendent?
Thank you, President Parker. I want to start by expressing my gratitude to all of the people who had a hand in creating the 634-page boundary study that we were very proud to publish for tonight's meeting. Thank you to the district staff who worked tirelessly on this project, and our partners at Flow Analytics and GBSM for their detailed and comprehensive research and analysis. I would also like to thank our cabinet team, community superintendents, and principals for their invaluable input and collaboration, which has been essential to this comprehensive boundary study. I've shared with my team that I think this boundary study is a game changer for our district. When I came into this role in spring of 2021, the very first board meeting I attended before my contract was approved was when the board was contemplating the emergency closure of Allendale. Enrollment had been declining for years, and there was no long-term plan informed by data and analysis to guide our next steps. Now, with the completion of this boundary study, I am proud to say that Jeffco will no longer find itself in the position we were in 2021. With the support of our partners, we are developing a long-term roadmap to guide the district through permanently shifting demographic and enrollment patterns. This ensures that regardless of who occupies leadership roles at the board or superintendent levels, we have a clear plan in place that enables us to address challenges proactively. I want you to know that this study is just the beginning. Flow Analytics has provided initial recommendations. District staff will be bringing forward some short-term recommendations aligned with what you see tonight in August, and some of the longer-term recommendations will be studied by the board over the next year. Once again, thank you to all of you for the incredible work that you have all done on what I think is an incredibly comprehensive body of work and very proactive for our district. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Ralou.
All right. Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. We are thrilled. We're bringing all of our boundary study energy tonight. We're to the conclusion of this project. It has been a long road, and we have learned a lot. And I'm just you get to see Kate and Rebecca in person. So exciting. So I'm going to hand it over to Kate and Rebecca in a second. I just want to thank Ty and Claire for the amount of work that they have put into this over the past year. It has been a meticulous project, and we have dived very deep. And at times, I think it has felt overwhelming, but we've found our way, and I think we've come out a lot stronger than when we started, and we've just learned a lot. So I'm really excited. I'm going to hand it over to Kate and Rebecca. They're going to take you through their findings, and then we're going to sum it up with some of our next steps as a district.
All right, awesome. Well, good evening. It's such an honor to be here before you all in person. I know we've had a lot of meetings over the past 15, almost 16 months now, so it's great to finally be here. And I think just to introduce ourselves again, I'm Rebecca Layock, and this is my colleague, Doran.
Kate Doran.
And we are two of a much larger project team that has been working on this. So we are here representing the whole group, and they are very excited that we are able to work with you all on this project. So as Lisa mentioned, yes, there we go. So tonight we're going to talk about what the final kind of synthesis of all of the reports and the analysis that we have been conducting over the past 15 months resulted in, and specifically going into a deeper dive around the boundary pieces and how those relate to the prior work and where we're looking at potentially moving forward in terms of a roadmap that the district could use in these ongoing conversations. All right, so just to kind of ground us in where we started. So as you all know this much more intimately than we do, you all have been, as a district, experiencing declining enrollment for over 20 years. This is very common across the country. We work with districts across the nation, and everyone's experiencing it. Not everyone, but almost everyone. Folks just aren't having as many kids these days as they used to, and it's impacting not the school district enrollment as well as the broader population. So this is not something unique to Jeffco, but you all are facing it. And so as a result of that, the enrollment has been declining. And because of the enrollment declines, then your buildings are not being as utilized as they used to be. So you once having very full schools, and now maybe you're having classrooms that are more vacant. So that's something that you all have been experiencing. And so that's where we came in to help look at what are the enrollment trends, both past leading up to this point. What are the current trends looking like, including school choice patterns and program enrollment, and then looking into the future, what do your enrollment projections look like, how would that impact buildings, and then taking all of that into consideration to come up with some recommendations for potentially moving forward. We are so lucky to be able to partner with GBSM, who are not here tonight. Colleen's in Finland, actually on a family retreat, and then Janine is also on vacation. But they're here with us in spirit, and we are just so appreciative of the work that they did, engaging the community to really understand why parents are making the decisions that they are making and what's important to them in choosing schools for their children. All right, so we have completed 8 processes over the past 15 months. The first one was in September. That was the enrollment trends, boundary alignment, and enrollment analysis. Bit of a mouthful there. And then in February, we came to you all and presented the analysis of the membership projections. So the first one was looking back, and then the second one was really looking forward. Then we also presented the school choice analysis. You all are a very choice-heavy district. You have a lot of students who utilize their choice options. And so we really dug into what does that look like for students and how is that impacting school enrollment. We also looked at school program analysis, specifically from a geographic lens and looking at where students live in proximity to a number of programs that you all offer at the district level. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later on. And then today, we are very pleased to present the final report, which we are going to talk about in brief, but happy to answer any questions that you guys have. GBSM also produced a community engagement memo, which synthesized all the results from the fall survey, as well as the focus groups that were conducted in the spring. So you all have all of that data in front of you. And they're not here tonight, but they said they would be happy to answer any follow-up questions that you all have. So I won't go through this timeline, but if you look at it, it's pretty intense. It was a long process. It was a very engaged process, and I will echo what Superintendent Dorland said about how much we appreciate the partnership with the Jeffco team. It has been so great to be able to have thought leaders in this space who are really doing this work, know the district so very well, and always keep kids at the forefront. That's what you want in district administrators, and y'all just have an amazing team here. So it was our pleasure to get to work with them, and as well as the board staff. So we are excited to kind of get to this final point with you all, but look forward to seeing what you all come up with next. All right, so just to talk at a very high level about these findings, we definitely go into them in more detail in the report, but there are 4 kind of overall findings from across the different analysis. The first one, as we already mentioned, you'll have declining enrollment, and that's affecting your schools, and this is a result of less students being around. It's not because more students are enrolling in different types of schools. It's simply because there are less kids who live in your district. The second piece is that because of that, there are a significant number of schools that are under-enrolled. We look at this from a 60% utilization perspective, and the reason why we use that number is because that's the number that a lot of districts and even states set as the indicator of when schools might be starting to have enrollment that's low enough to maybe take action on and figure out what needs to happen, that there might be something that needs to be addressed there. So that's why we use that number. And again, it's a common number that a lot of districts use. And so, again, looking at this from a long-term planning perspective, especially in terms of how choice impacts this enrollment, because with y'all's high choice levels, you have a lot of students who are choicing into schools, and sometimes that means the schools are overutilized. So there you have more schools and they're busting at the seams, and then sometimes you have schools where there's a lot of kids opting out of those or going to different schools other than their neighborhood school, and that's driving their low enrollment numbers. So you see that in both cases, and the district is definitely working to ensure that school leaders and principals, they have that ability to be able to effectively manage choice, both from that school level perspective, but also how it fits into the broader district vision, which is so important when you're looking at school choice management. And then working with parents to make sure that that's an easy transition as well in terms of communicating school choice options. And then last but certainly not least, program offerings. They influence parent decision making, but they're just one of many factors. Parents look at so many things, as you all have seen if you've looked at the results from the survey and the focus group. There are a lot of things that parents care about. Programming is one. One thing that we all saw when we were trying to dig into y'all's data is the district doesn't have a centralized tracking system for all specialized programs. Y'all have a ton of programs. We were able to analyze some of them, but not all of them. We see that in different districts. Some districts track them all, some districts don't. But for a district y'all's size, like, you just don't have that kind of data. So we were constrained in our analysis as to what data we could really provide you all. And I know the district is looking into what information you all can track centrally to help make sure you're providing that access to students. And one big caveat to this all, and I want to emphasize this, we did not look at quality of programs. So you can have 100 programs in an area and they might be great, or you might have some that aren't so great. So even though we looked at geographic proximity of students to these programs, it doesn't mean necessarily that all of those programs were the highest quality. They might all be. You guys have an amazing district, so I wouldn't be surprised if all your programs are, but it's not something we looked at. So that's our caveat for that piece. All right, so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Kate.
Okay, hi everyone. We're going to get into the boundary modeling process and the recommendations that followed from that process. So this was the last analysis that we did, and we worked on it up until a couple months ago, and then pulled together all of the recommendations. So really excited to walk through all of that with you. So before we could start modeling anything, we pulled together some guiding principles so that we knew that there's so much data, there's so much information, there's so many schools, there's so many students, they're all making choices. How are we going to model things that kind of make sense for you guys? So we developed guiding principles. We wanted to definitely evaluate multiple ways to achieve goals. So the district would come to us with, we have this area we want to look at, and we would look at it from multiple angles, looking at lots of different types of solutions for that particular area, trying to maximize resources and best serve all of the students, definitely trying to affect as few current students as possible through boundary changes, and reducing the impact to students who already lived in phase 1 or phase 2 regional opportunities for thriving schools change areas. So if they had just been through a change, their school was just consolidated into another school, that wasn't an area that we were trying to ask for another change to happen to those students. So those are kind of our guiding principles for doing our boundary modeling, and then our modeling parameters, like in the model itself. We were looking to balance enrollment for schools that have low, so below 60% or over 100% utilization. We weren't trying to balance it evenly. That is a lot of changes if you try to do that. So we were looking at low or high, aligning the boundary adjustments with student choice patterns. So if a bunch of students from a certain area are already choicing into that school, maybe that is a good area to make a boundary change and just move them into that school, as their home school. Avoiding boundary changes in school walk zones, not trying to move any students who can currently walk to school. We generally try to do that in any time we do this work. Reviewing school option areas. So there were a few option areas in the district where students were zoned for 2 schools, and they could choose either one. So we were looking at those to see if those were still necessary, and then reviewing future residential development areas in areas where high utilization of a school might be an issue now or might be an issue in the future. Could we do something before the developments are built? So we were looking at modeling parameters for that. Sometimes these different priorities conflicted, but the district prioritized minimizing the disruption to students and families and communities throughout the whole process. So sometimes we'd come with, well, what about this? We'd give them the numbers of how many students would be affected, and it might be too many. So we'd go back to the drawing board and kind of come up with a different way that we could get around that with a new solution. We had a lot of data assumptions. We always do when we're modeling. So the data assumptions that we were working with that are reflected in the report, school choice patterns are assumed to continue into the future. And that's district created enrollment projections that we were using. So that was the assumption for those projections that we were using. So you could see some schools going over 100% utilization. That assumes those choice patterns continue into the future, and that was the data we had, so we can, we use that in our model. Students that are currently choice enrolling to another school, when we, if we changed that area and said, well, what if we moved this neighborhood to a different school, those students that are choice enrolled, they still get to in the model because they already want to go to that, that other school. If we change their boundary, do we know exactly what they would do? No, but that's kind of these assumptions that we're making. But we weren't trying to say, oh, if we move this neighborhood, all of the students would go to the new school. It's just the ones that kind of tend to go to their home school. Program classrooms were in the capacity totals for a school because programs are a reason a lot of choice is happening. But pre-kindergarten classrooms were kind of taken out of consideration in these utilization calculations. And the best way to say it is that the modeling is only for K-5. So if there were 2 pre-K classrooms, we didn't want to say, oh, there's plenty of room for K-5 because we were including these 2 pre-K classrooms. We would say, well, we're setting those aside for pre-K. And then these are the K-5 classrooms that we are trying to either balance or make sure they're, more utilized. And then pre-K students were also not included in the enrollment totals. So we kind of said, we've got pre-K students, we've got their classrooms, and they're over here, and we're just modeling K-5. So if you see a capacity that looks a little bit off from a number you might be used to seeing, it's probably because we took a couple of pre-K classrooms out of that number, just so that we knew, do we have room for the K-5? Do we have too much room for the K-5? What are we looking at here? So those are our kind of data assumptions. But yeah, one challenge was accounting for student choice, like Rebecca said, trying to figure out how to model what students might do now and in the future. Gets even more complicated if you try to move a program or something. So, trying to factor all of that into the modeling as well. All right. So we have 2 types of recommendations. We have these kind of short-term adjustments, smaller in scale, but more time sensitive. And reflecting a need to balance enrollment in the next 2 years. So we worked through all of these options for recommendations, came up with some short-term ones, and then the long-term boundary considerations, they are options the district could implement in the future. It's kind of like depending on what enrollment does, because we don't know exactly what it's going to do. These are areas that you could be watching and seeing if you need to start coming up with a plan for these areas, but currently there's no recommendation for those areas. So the recommendation is to watch those areas. So there's short-term adjustments for 7 out of 17 articulation areas, and then long-term considerations for 7 out of 17 articulation areas. So I will walk through the short-term and long-term recommendations. So short-term, these are the 4 recommendations that we pulled together with the district. Going back and forth through the whole process, we came up with these 4. So the first one is to assign the Trailstone development in Arvada to and there's more detail on the following slides, but assigning that development to a different school to help with overutilization of Three Creeks K-8. So we'll go through that in a little more detail. The second one and the third one are both option areas. So reviewing those, are they necessary? What are the students doing in those areas? Which school are they choosing? Are they choosing one over another? Looking at those two, and then generally looking at Jefferson articulation area as a study, more in the short term than in the longer term. And then all of the recommendations were developed with the primary goal of serving all students as reflected in the guiding principles that we had developed at the beginning. So I'll walk through the 4 short-term recommendations. Trailstone, the recommendation is to move move the boundary around the development, keep the development where it is. It's off of Candelas Parkway. Have them attend Meiklejohn Elementary School, Wayne Carl Middle School, and Ralston Valley High School. There's no current students there, so you're not affecting any students. You're not affecting future students, but the future students would be going to a different school. But Three Creeks K-8 is currently overutilized, projected to be overutilized. There's some, kind of paying attention to that area, and a piece of it is because this development was factored into the projections for that school. So if we can move that development to have those students go to Meiklejohn, which has space, that would be a recommendation for helping Three Creeks not be so overutilized. So that's the Trailstone development recommendation. And then for option area 1, just the most complicated boundary area in your district around Blue Heron Elementary School. The gray area is Denver Public Schools. So this is the Blue Heron Westgate area. So it's already kind of in a few pieces, and there was an option area in there as well. So you can see numbers 1, 2, and 3 on the map are the option areas. You've got the little green arrows. Again, we're not moving the neighborhoods, but they would be attending Blue Heron Elementary School inside of that boundary and not be an option area anymore. Right now it's Blue Heron Westgate. Most of the students were going to Blue Heron anyway, and the students can still choose to go to Westgate if they want to. So it's not, it's really not affecting any students in this area either, just kind of saying this is they have one boundaried school instead of 2. So this aligns with the choices that are already being made in this area. So that's for one option area. And then the second one is numbers 1, 2, and 3 in the map are all the option area. So they can either go to Fairmount or Mitchell. Areas 1 and 2 have no students in them, so easy peasy. And then area 3 does have students, and most of them go to Mitchell. So that was either they're kind of choicing into different schools or they're going to Mitchell. So those 3 would just kind of blend into the Mitchell boundary. And then area 4, the recommendation is to kind of connect Fairmount to Fairmount and not have it be a little Utah-shaped kind of island all by itself there. There's no students in the area that connects it over, so it's an idea that if you wanted it to be kind of, this is the contiguous boundary for that elementary school, but really 1, 2, and 3 are the option area that could be moved into Mitchell. And then the Jefferson articulation area study, the recommendation is the district should look at the enrollment information from this upcoming October. And if the information confirms kind of that it is going in this direction for declines in enrollment, planning a long-term sustainability, getting a long-term sustainability plan together, looking at choice patterns. And this is particularly for, and you can see in the table, this is from our utilization report, where Jefferson Junior Senior High School is the one that is kind of declining over time into, potentially down to 33%. Those are the enrollment projections. So looking at, is this actually what is happening? So it's a shorter term study because it's potentially trending in that direction already. But this is kind of a recommendation, is to look at this in the nearer term than in the longer term. The long-term considerations kind of broke them down into elementary, secondary, and then articulation area wide. The elementary long-term boundary adjustment considerations are for, these are all articulation area names, so Alameda, Arvada, Columbine, Lakewood, and Stanley Lake. So we looked at these because enrollment projections suggest in all of these areas a lower enrollment by 27-28. So 3 of the articulation areas currently have 4 elementary schools, but may only need 3 in the future. So it's watching those. Is enrollment declining? They've got 4 elementary schools. Are all 4 of them declining, or 2 of, kind of seeing what's going on over the next, few years, and seeing if an elementary school in those areas might need to close to bring up the utilization of the other ones. Currently not the case, but definitely something that could be just kind of watched over time. They all have, and Columbine currently has 5 and might only need 4 in the future. They have moderate to high enrollment declines, and only one of them has a school that's actually projected to be over 100% in the future. And yes, and always recommending that we any of these types of consolidation or boundary adjustments be made by including community engagement and principal leadership. So this is kind of a knowing this might be coming, looking at it over the long term, watching it over time, and including the right people. This is a table that's included in the report. We just kind of pulled together all of the prior reports into these tables. So for the articulation area, did it have phase 1 or 2 closures? Because that made a difference whether we wanted to do an adjustment sooner or later, or at all. Does it have option areas? Not in this case, so we didn't have to look at that. High to moderate enrollment declines out to 2027. No enrollment increases to 27. Projected utilization only at Lawrence Elementary School, which can be managed through choice management and is part of Arvada K-8 consolidation, kind of going into Lawrence. Potentially, the projections are looking at choice in that case, but that, doing choice management, that one might not end up over 100%. So it's a caveat for that one. And then low, high, and middle levels, percentages of choice overall in those articulation areas. The secondary long-term boundary considerations, just Chatfield. So Chatfield has 3 buildings that serve middle school grades, which is unique. It's the only one that has 3. There are 3 articulation areas that have middle school grades in 2 buildings, and then the rest have 1. So Chatfield enrollment patterns suggest that that area might only need 2 middle school buildings in the future. So it's another one that's see what enrollment does, keep an eye on it, kind of see if that looks like it might be going in that direction, and then again, pull in the right people, have the conversations. There's no recommendations for these long-term considerations for particular schools because that's a kind of a community, discussion. So it's just looking at the data for those as you get enrollment numbers every year. And then articulation area wide, Green Mountain should have stable enrollment into the future. And currently looks like it can handle, the enrollment that it has, but there's a lot of development happening in that area, including Red Rocks Ranch starting up, and, so kind of another one where you keep an eye on the development, keep an eye on the enrollment. If it starts to look like it's going up instead of where it's projected to be stable, this might be an area where you could utilize another middle school, move a development to a different, middle school or elementary school, but just another one to keep an eye on. All right, additional recommendations.
All right, this is our last slide, so we're almost at the end. Thank you guys for hanging in there with us. Okay, so we just had a few additional recommendations on top of the ones that we already discussed from the boundary specific pieces. And we kind of already set the stage for these in the findings. So these are just a result of the findings. Now that we have these, what are some things that you all might consider moving forward in no particular order? So the first one is, again, looking at establishing a clear methodology for determining capacities for each school and settling utilization parameters, because that's really the basis for a lot of these calculations. If you don't know what your school capacity is and you don't have a set utilization percentage, it's like you're trying to steer a ship without knowing where your guidelines are. So, or in this case, maybe the mountain climbing without knowing where your longitudinal latitudes are. So one of the two. And then the second one is to create a mechanism for program enrollment to be tracked in your student information system. Again, that would really help the district to figure out where students are enrolling in special programs or any type of programs, and whether or not students have access to those programs in the different articulation areas in the individual schools. So that would be an option. And then again, the strategic choice management plan is something that would be very beneficial for you all, especially because you are a high choice district, and really having this not only district-wide vision, but really integrating school leaders and their opinions into this to have this comprehensive view of school choice, and then using that information to see like what's driving student enrollment, like where are students choosing to go to, why are they choosing those schools. You have a great foundation with the GBSM data, the survey results especially. You guys have a ton of response for your survey results. You don't always see that. So your parents are very engaged. They definitely want to let you know what's going on. I'm sure you all know that very well. But yeah, just integrating that information to help you all make these bigger decisions. And then finally, developing an annual reporting system and structure to regularly evaluate enrollment trends, projections, and facility capacities. So we've kind of like set the stage for this for you all. You all have the data expertise in your district to be able to do this. And so just continuing to make sure that you all are monitoring this to be able to make those long-term decisions that you all will be looking at in the future. And always ensure, like, we're a big community engagement firm. We love like transparency when it comes to data. We love equity of access. So that's always something that we recommend as well. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lisa.
Okay, so I'm going to wrap us up here and just kind of talk about what we have learned overall, give a short synopsis. And I just want to again say thank you to our partners at Flow and GBSM for supporting us in getting to this point. We have conducted a boundary study after we changed 21 boundaries. And so, people might say, you did a boundary study, but like, why aren't you changing a lot more boundaries? And the answer is that our system has gone through a lot of boundary changes. This was really helpful to understand, and I think answer the question that folks in the community had about if we change boundaries, will that change the choices people are making? And the answer to that is most likely, in a lot of cases, no. And then, really this provides a roadmap for us where we didn't, like all of us, staff and board collectively, where we didn't have one before. So I just want to quickly talk about the limitations of boundary changes. So, we learned through this process that 91% of Jeffco students attend a Jeffco school, and that in the past, boundary changes helped to balance enrollment across schools about half of the time. And then when that was most effective was when we were taking away a choice. So when we closed a school and set a new boundary, people tended to make that choice. But otherwise, just moving boundaries, simply moving boundary lines without closing schools doesn't really change a lot. And we just want to be very clear that boundary adjustments will not fix declining enrollment. And as our partners here said, I'm currently obsessed with this Wall Street Journal article, which we included in your materials. But suddenly there aren't enough babies, and the whole world is alarmed. And so this isn't just something that we're experiencing or Colorado's experiencing across the world. There are fewer babies being born, and it just it just is, and we need to be planning for that as we go into the future. So the three main outcomes of this study provides us insight on how the district in the short term can strengthen our systems. As Rebecca talked about, we do certainly have some things in place. We publish data every year, but there are ways that we can have stronger data and projections as well. And the boundary study finds that the district can, consistent with its principles, make very small adjustments aligned with established enrollment patterns and trends. So meaning, our boundary map or our district map is not beautiful. There are there are donut holes all over the place, and it doesn't always make sense when you look at it. You say, who planned these articulation areas? But we as we looked at this, given all the change that we've put our communities through, we wanted to really look at the patterns and trends that are already existing and how we can move things aligned with those. So, like, when we were working on the school closure work and we looked at Colorado and Powderhorn, and there's this tiny strip of Stony Creek that runs through it, right? And so one of the questions we asked ourselves as part of this process is, like, are there any kids that in that area that might connect the two boundaries? And there are right now, so it's not a good time to do that. But there may be a time when there aren't children in that area anymore, and it may make sense. So I think just continuing to look at those types of things and taking advantage of opportunities to disrupt the fewest amount of people while making changes that make sense for our district. The boundary study shares long-term insights into enrollment trends that are going to help us deal with both our isolated areas of growth, so where we talked about that Candelas area and Green Mountain, as well as the continued enrollment declines that we're going to experience in most areas of our district. And I think we've talked about this before, but we plan to incorporate the findings that we have from this study into our strategic capital master plan, because it's really important that we understand this information along with a lot of other information to help us understand, like, what we should be investing in our buildings and our infrastructure as we understand what is going to be happening with our enrollment. So I want to go over the timelines for our next steps here. So we're not asking the board to take any action today. And on the 13th, you all already studied the Trailstone development work in May, I believe, and we're just bringing that to you for a vote. But other than that, we probably will bring you some of the short-term recommendations that BoE has given to us in August for study, we'll be bringing it to you in September. What we plan to bring in August is a more thorough idea of, like, how we plan to act on the recommendations that were brought forward today. And we plan to, in September, really do those minor, the short-term boundary change work that we presented to you tonight. And the longer-term work, important work, is that we are currently conducting impact studies on 2 scenarios related to the new builds that were considered in the 2018 CIP. We will be presenting to the board in the fall the impact studies of what would happen if we built the schools, and the impact that it would have on the surrounding schools, and what will happen if we don't build the schools, because there will be boundary changes required if we don't build the schools. And we anticipate that you will study that in the late fall, and that we hope you will make a decision on those 2 new builds by the end of the calendar year. So in the fall and winter of this coming year, we will conduct our 3rd demographic study, which focuses on articulation areas. So we have done this already in Edgewater and Wheat Ridge, and we will be doing it with the city of Arvada. It really helps us. We work with a local firm that is really expert at demographics. You guys studied the Edgewater work with us in the city council to really understand what is happening with school-aged children and what we can expect. And so we will be doing that. And the city of Arvada is the biggest city we will have embarked on with a more targeted study. And then, another thing that Rebecca and Kate mentioned is that we've gone through a lot of change in this district over the past 3 years, and we have projections, but we also need to understand that they are right. And that the trends and patterns and trends are actually happening as we expect them to. So we will be paying very close attention to October count numbers this year, and if it looks like things are as we project them to be, we will definitely be paying much closer attention to where we might be headed in the next few years. I do want to say that we do not intend to close any schools over the next 3 years. But the 27-28 school year is, 3 years out, and there may be additional closures that are needed after that. And we will be definitely talking with communities as we're looking at decisions. I do want to say, related to what we talked about related to the Jefferson articulation area and the study that's being recommended, is that we're not anticipating the closure of schools. in the next 3 years, and that includes Jefferson. But what we need to just realize is that a school of a 712 school with under 500 students cannot offer a traditional comprehensive secondary experience. But we need to look at what it could possibly offer and how that meshes with what the community wants and the vision that it has for itself. And so we are committed we are going to wait to see if our October count numbers are in fact kind of trending in the way that we think. And then we are prepared in January to go to the community and start doing some design thinking on what kind of model, and there are a lot of models out there, could best potentially serve the students that are choosing to attend that school. Especially from a high school perspective, because it isn't okay to just continue to take away programming. What we need to do is stop thinking of it as a comprehensive high school program and start adjusting to design something that is specifically made to serve a smaller number of students successfully. So that's our plan with Jefferson, and we look forward to engaging with that community in January and inviting the board up to come along with us on that journey. So with that, I'm going to hand it back to you all for discussion.
Thank you so much. Questions, comments? Yeah, Dr.
I keep getting this honorary doctorate. It's very cool. Okay. First, thank you so much. Oh my goodness, the amount of work that went into this is just incredible. And I did not read all 600 and some odd pages, but I read enough of it to be just incredibly impressed by the work that you all did. And I also appreciated the inclusion of the Wall Street Journal article. And if we have folks who are watching this presentation and who are particularly concerned, because we've had citizens come and talk about, well, that there's new children in our neighborhood. And I think it really helps to clarify that you may see a new stroller coming down the street, and there's a very good chance that that stroller will get used for one child in that family and not 2 or 3 or 4 children. And that it's not just that there are fewer families having children, it's that families are having fewer children. So I think it just helps clarify that. I think you did a lot of myth busting there and in the report. Another thing that I hear from community members a lot is, well, Jeffco's declining because you're doing this thing people don't like, or you're doing that thing people don't like. And so showing that we're keeping 91% of our students, and that school choice is not driven by, I don't like that you're doing this at this school, I don't like that you're doing that at that school. It's driven by so many things. And that actually not liking something about your neighborhood school doesn't seem to be one of the trending answers. It's more like convenience and sometimes programming and that kind of thing. So I just felt like it was really important information. And so for community members who believe that we're not looking at this deeply, or don't think that we don't see the strollers and that kind of thing, I would just recommend that they actually drill into the data that's in here, because I think it's really important. I appreciated the clarification on not including pre-K, because I misunderstood all of that. So I appreciated you clearing that up and explaining that those pre-K programs will stay in the schools that they're in. We did include portable classrooms in capacity for the schools that are over capacity. And I'm wondering, are we anticipating eventually reaching a point where we're removing those? I know when we did a bond issue back in the early 90s, one of the driving things there was to get rid of all portable classrooms. And so to close schools and then add portables, I don't even know. Maybe that doesn't matter to our community the way that it did. Is that 30 years ago? I think so, yeah. I don't know where we are on that. Okay.
So portables were not included in the capacity, and a great example of this is in the data. If you look up Red Rocks Elementary School, it's one of the schools that looks like it's overutilized because the portables that are there are not included in that capacity number.
Oh, okay, great.
So generally, they're not included, and I understand that our long-term plan is to not, to be removing portables from the sites that we can remove them from without impacting utilization.
Okay, great. And I appreciated too that you elaborated more on what we're thinking about with Jefferson. So I just want to clarify for people that I did send questions in ahead of time. So a lot of that got cleared up, and I appreciated that. And I really appreciated you addressing the Jefferson aspect, because I don't want that community to think that we're going to be taking away something that is a touchstone for them. And, I think that it's one thing for it to change. And I think that's a community that may actually want to see that change too. So having the community involved in that and seeing how that ultimately evolves, I'm very much looking forward to. So thank you for all the clarification. Thank you for the additional information. And again, I cannot stress enough that if we have community members who are particularly invested in this, that they should drill into the vast information that is here, because I think it's important stuff. Thank you so much.
I just also want to express my gratitude for the amount of work that went into this before I arrived here at the board and since. I think it's so incredibly important that we do have a roadmap now and that we have some ways to monitor what is happening. I get concerned about schools that are being abandoned. And we hear a lot of anecdotal information, but there's not a lot of data to back it up. And I think our principals and our school staffs will appreciate being able to see that ahead of time rather than it being a surprise. Suddenly we're at a point where now we're in an emergency situation. And I'm hoping that within communities that are currently underutilized, that there can be conversations about how do we at least maintain what we have? Is there potential to shore up our school by drawing back neighborhood students? Because I think choices just made this very messy, right? I'm not against choice. I like choice, my own students' choice into schools outside of our neighborhood. But I do think that there are communities that are being abandoned and that we need to really pay attention to that. And so I'm grateful to have all of this information to inform those conversations as we move ahead. So thank you so much for aggregating and putting all this together. Appreciate it.
I'm going to echo that. We know just the meetings we've sat through, it's been a tremendous effort. And so it's so nice to see you both in person, not on the screen. I really... there's so much here, and I appreciate it. I have also not made it all the way through the 634 pages, but I've started. I guess, Ms. LaRue, if we do have questions, can we reach out to you as we hit them? Because I know I will. I'm just not there yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to have an ongoing discussion about this, with the board, in an ability to revisit at least annually. As part of the October count conversation that you all have every year about how we're tracking towards these recommendations, the long-term recommendations, and what that might mean for communities. So, of course, anytime, and then I would say we should also designate time to continue to talk about this, because I mean, maybe we'll be pleasantly surprised, but I believe the national studies that tell us that this is going to continue to be something that we and other districts around the world are grappling with.
And to that point, I do appreciate the additional recommendations. I actually think those are some of the most helpful for us to be able to kind of set some standards around it and a process around it that allows us to regularly visit it. So I very much appreciate that. The one question I did have, and you kind of laid out the timeline for us at the end. When we think about short-term and long-term in the education space, what is short-term and what is long-term?
So we identified short-term, like for the purposes of this small option areas, or we need to make those changes, and I think even by policy before the choice window opens in December for the following year. So we're going to want, if we bring those forward, we're going to want you to do that before, by November. And then short term, I think, is like pretty much over the next year. So Jefferson fits into, we really would like to heavily by between January and May, really be spending some time figuring out what it is we might do, because the reality is that if we're going to even have a change or an adjustment of some kind for I'm going to lose track of my school years here, but if we're 25, so then like by 26, 27, you all would have to be agreeing to some kind of change by November of 25. So you start to, that's just sort of the cycle of our work. And then, of course, the longer term stuff is more beyond the 3 years of the 27, 28, timeline, just in terms of when the numbers might appear that way. Now, I don't know exactly what the timeline, long-term timeline will be, but we'll know a lot more in August.
And we'll keep the data rolling. I assume that will help inform it. Okay. Thank you again. We really, really appreciate all of it.
Yes, thank you. And I thought when you sat down, you looked familiar, but I couldn't remember where I saw you. Yeah. Anyway, and I'm very excited to say that I haven't finished the 634 pages, but I'm seeing a lot that I've already seen. So I'm happy that it's not 634 pages of new, totally never before seen stuff. So thank you. And a couple other questions or comments. In your recommendations, the one on strategic choice management, I think is very intriguing. I'm wondering if the district has any thoughts on that. Is that in the plan?
I mean, we've been piloting this basically over the past 2 years with our welcoming Roth schools, and so every January, Ty and Claire sit down with the principals and our folks in student enrollment services, Mackenzie Nickham, and they really walk step by step. What does it mean to open seats in your school? How many students do you usually get over the summer? It's just a much more intensive, intentional process. And so I think we piloted that pretty successfully, and then we know which schools we need to target for strategic choice management. And we will continue to work with our community superintendents and directly with principals to do that. Sometimes it's just, we've had a number of new principals over the past couple of years, and it's just getting them familiar with our systems. And also out of this habit, I think, one of the challenges we faced at one of our schools was that an enrollment secretary sort of just hit the accept button all summer, because they could do that like in the past, but they can't now because they are more full, and we do need to we need to help folks understand, don't just take kids for the sake of just taking them. Like, be really strategic about how you do that, because it's in the best interest of all the kids in the school, and the programming that you're going to offer and how you're going to staff your school. But also be assured that if they don't end up at your school, they are going to be served 91% of the time very well at another Jeffco school.
Great. And so I appreciate that we have some schools we need to work on right now. But I'd also be interested if we had a district-wide plan, what we learned from that, and so we could put it somewhere that for the whole district going forward. This is
certainly, I think what you're talking about is just practices that we abide by as a district, and that are and I agree. And so we'll start like codifying those and training, especially our enrollment secretaries and principals on that. But a big part of that too, Director Parker, is getting clear and agreeing with our principals on the capacity of their buildings, and having because I think we certainly have capacities, whether our principals 100% of the time agree with them, and also that there are programs in our schools that require more capacity than a third grade classroom. And what does that mean? And we need to, those are the systems and structures that Kate and Rebecca were talking about that we need to get clearer on, so that we can all be better stewards of the choice process and system in our schools. But first, we must agree on capacity. And then we have to agree on a center program at your school, like takes this much capacity, or I mean, I think we're probably pretty clear on the PK side, like clearer on the PK side than we maybe are. And we have to consistently look at that because programming changes, regularly.
And then just finally, I'm wondering about the other 9% that don't go to Jeffco schools. And so, we do butt up next to some other districts, and I can imagine somebody whose home is literally, on the border there, and some school is closer for their work purposes or whatever. Do we have any idea if that 9%, what's happening?
And Flo, if you have insight into this as well, but I believe it's a combination of, yes, some students who are choicing into other districts that map with the really crazy boundary we looked at earlier, that there's a Denver school right in the middle of that gray zone. And so that's a prime example. And this is also likely students who are choosing private school options or homeschool options. Yeah. And so, yeah, that's probably the total of the 9%, unless there's another source. Okay.
And I'll just add to that, Director Parker, that I believe that I know there's a presentation that you all get that also talks about like where students are going if they're not in Jeffco, and so we can just we'll make sure and point that out when I think that comes around in like November timeframe.
Great, thank you so much. Really appreciate it, and we're going to miss you. We'll have to find ways to bring you back. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, it's a beautiful day. It was very nice.
Okay, for the next to last item on our agenda this evening, the board will receive a preview of the June 13th consent agenda. As a reminder to the board and our listening public, Superintendent Dorland will be providing a preview of items for board action. That is anticipated to appear as individual action items or on the consent agenda at our regular meeting next week. I'll now hand it over to Superintendent Dorland.
Thank you, President Parker. I actually believe that this has been a really helpful process for us to preview this the week before then you all are considering the consent agenda. So thank you for the opportunity to do this for the board regularly. I want to say that oftentimes, if you'll recall, in your quarterly budget updates, we will talk about the fact that the expenditures don't happen 25%, within this quarter, and then 25% within that quarter, and then 25%. And we often are lagging in expenditures because a lot of it happens now. So this, just as a preview, is sort of that in action, showing up on your consent agenda with a lot of different contracts. So you can see it attached in board docs. And I actually have hard copies for you as well. So if you want to take the hard copy, thanks. And then if you look through this or have questions as I'm talking, we can talk a little bit about them, but you also can contact me or Dr. Kim, since she will be with you at the next meeting. Remember, I will not be here at the next meeting, so just another reminder. And she's happy to get answers for you between now and the time that you are voting on the consent agenda. So let's just kind of go through this. The first is a contract renewal for the food nutrition services, several contracts, and you were able to discuss this during your key initiative meetings with Mr. Gatlin. And so if you have ongoing questions about that, let us know. But that would be the first 4-5 lines on this document. The Fletcher Miller contract with Crossland Construction with a construction cost of $28,972,000. That is not the full cost of the project. We already had a question about that come in from one board member. So I'm just going to say that the total cost is more around $36 million because it includes soft costs and all kinds of other things. So that will be, and Brenna previewed this a little bit for you today. Balance will be from the general fund to the capital transfer. The board already has set aside a reserve that we told you would be transferred when the contract comes. That will happen after you approve the contract, and then we'll do an additional $6 million to make sure that we can make up for us not receiving the best grant. I know, Ms. Parker, you also mentioned the BEST grant to me earlier today. You know, the BEST grant in the state of Colorado does a lot of good work in school districts, but it is a very limited fund. And I believe that our size and scope and ability to have some efficiencies with taking care of facilities and capital needs in our district outweighed some of the smaller districts that applied for the BEST grant, which I understand. I do want to thank the team who put a lot of time, energy, and effort into applying for that grant. And we are all disappointed we didn't get it. But fortunately, we have room within this year's appropriation to go ahead and transfer the additional 6. And it doesn't need to be the 8 because our overall bid came in very positive. So we will put all of this together for you too. You have an additional on this agenda item because we know it's very important to the board and we know it's a large amount of capital investment. There will be a presentation for you prior to your consideration of consent agenda. And Mr. Gatlin is preparing that for you next week. We have a couple of donations for you to approve for PTAs going to their schools. And then we also have the final approval of the Trailstone boundary assignment, which you talked about tonight in the boundary study, and you also studied in May. We have some IT approvals, one around the Windows devices, and then the other is sort of a combination between IT and teaching and learning around NWEA and the MAP Accelerator tool that we have been using to support math practice and like sort of tier 2 supports for our students that need additional intervention. Our athletic trainer services for next year, which is with Children's Hospital. I will tell you, as a mom who has student athletes, the training services have been phenomenal. As an example, last night, yesterday afternoon, I guess, after football practice, Golden High School hosted Children's Hospital at the suggestion of their athletic trainer to come in and have experts speak to young men at Golden and other high schools around there who are playing football and speak to them about supplements because they're drinking all these sports drinks, right? And there's all kinds of different athletic supplements out there. Coaches were getting a lot of questions, and I'm just so grateful that the athletic trainer was able to bring in children's and have direct conversation with the students, give them really good information, tools, resources to read so they can make decisions with their families about, what they put in their bodies as athletes. So that's just an example of one of the improvements I've seen for our athletes through this contract with Children's, and I really appreciate Children's Hospital and their partnership. Arbiter sports officials, this is all of the, referees and other folks who come in and help with our extraordinary student athlete experiences. We have Rocky Mountain Academy waiver of ELP. Oh, this is a waiver from one of our charter schools out of the services that we provide for language learner supports. And there is a process. Julie might be able to share more about this with you, but there'll be some information in your agenda item whereby if they're going to be providing services in a different way, I'm assuming we vet what that looks like, we approve it, and then we do not charge them for those services that we might have provided otherwise. And this is just, I would say, the first time I've seen an example of a little bit of our shift in our partnership with the charter schools and their funding model and menu of services, where it's a little more flexible for them to be able to opt out of things with some verification on our end that those services are still occurring. I'm going to pause and see if Julie wants to add anything.
The other sort of benefit, it's a significant legal responsibility to be responsible for English language services. There's federal oversight and enforcement at stake. And so when a school decides to want to run its own program, they're also assuming the responsibility of engaging with the feds and being accountable to them in that space. And we still provide the kind of professional support that we do. And it's a lot like we do in the Title IX space, right? Charter schools do that independently. We just had a model where we ran the English language learner services for every school in the district, charter or not. And they asked for some flexibility. And it seemed like a win-win for everyone.
Yeah. So if you have additional questions about some of that, please let us know and we'll get you some answers from Tayo and or Julie. Supplemental funds notification is our ESSA funds, our federal funds for title. You can see all the titles, 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think there might even be a Title VII somewhere. I don't know if it's part of the consolidated or if it's on its own. But long story short, this is an annual consolidation application that we submit to the state. The state then submits on behalf of the counties in the state to the federal government and then pass through the funds to us for all of our federal grants. You'll see the sale purchase agreement for Allendale and the sale purchase agreement for Zerger based on the board's guidance from earlier this evening. There will be 2 items there, one for each property. The resolution to adopt the final budget and the long presentation you had this evening. So that will be there. Your board committee appointments will be available for you to consider. I know Mary is available if you want to talk about any of those appointments and or removals. But we're also available. We have the folks on staff that support those committees, and we'd be happy to talk to you. It is a board's decision of who gets appointed at the end of the day. So that will be on your consent agenda, even though we have made recommendations to you and put it together for you. You can still talk to us about it and talk to Mary. The telehealth services for Hazel Health, which we're really excited about. And I'd like to give a shout out to our procurement team who did a tremendous job helping make sense with our partners at Hazel Health about the costs associated with this contract. I'm really happy to be engaging in a partnership with Hazel Health for this next year and continuing to improve and provide those services for our students as a supplement to the mental health needs and supports that our students need. And looking forward to making sure when those services aren't enough that we're looking at local services and or handing off the needs of students to people who can be in person with them. And then, of course, speaking of Jefferson Center for Mental Health, who we value as a very trusted partner in the mental health space and very grateful for all of the supports that they provide us. And then finally, we did add one. We just added today. It was mentioned earlier this evening when we talked about Executive Limitations 11 and your monitoring report. We are pleased to have a new grant to remodel and upgrade our dispatch center. And so there will be a contract for Motorola Solutions in the amount of a little over $880,000 paid for with a grant to support new equipment for that dispatch center. So it's a long consent agenda. I know that, and I know that usually this time of year it is. So if you have questions along the way, again, feel free to ask me. As of Friday, Dr. Kim would be your go-to.
Again, this is so incredibly helpful. Thank you. And I just also want to say, hooray, girls flag football. Yay. That's part of the, yes. That's part of the increase for the cost of referees.
And thank you for the Denver Broncos Foundation for all of the support that they've given us as a pilot district and other pilot districts, and for inviting us to their official kickoff with Chasta. It was really fun for some of us to be there. And yes, go girls flag football. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
And I just have one question and one comment. On the telehealth services, it says cost estimated amount of $520,000 per year or $1 million for 2 years. We're going to be voting on the 2-year contract?
That's a really good question, Ms. Parker, and we will get the answer for you because Mr. Polero is doing other things at this moment. But we'll make sure and clarify that for the board as we go into next week. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Okay. And then also, anytime there is a renewal, contract renewal, or something that's comparative to the prior year, I think it's been brought up by Director Reed before. Anytime we can see what the increase is over prior years is helpful. Yeah.
I did, Director Parker. Is there some, we did try to do that. Is if there's one in particular that isn't showing that, let me know and we'll get that, make sure and get that up, posted.
Okay. Thank you. All right. That's it. That brings us to the end of today's agenda. We will stand adjourned, and our next regularly scheduled meeting of the board is scheduled at 5 o'clock p.m. on June 13th at the Ed Center.